to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line.
Valike getting the first pick. Oh, get three, Pyro, get three with the.
Blade Kid putting on a clinic. Whole team's down. Oh!
Nailed it! I told you to stop resisting.
Experience tranquility.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Tranquility Triathlon. It will be our League of Legends nights here, and starting it out will be Starch Esports versus Spicy Boys. But I'm going to be your caster here, Worstcast, joined by G Infinity. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. This is my first cast. I'm excited to get into it. How are you?
Good, and I'm really excited to be hopping into the triathlon here. Definitely a new thing for Tranquility, mostly stayed in the Overwatch space, but now expanding now into other games, and it's been a really fun time. Last week we did see that Rocket League night come out, and very interesting how that went. It was Marsupial Gaming that came out on top over there, racking up the 4-0, getting themselves 8 points. And if you guys are there and not familiar with how the triathlon system works, basically 3 different games. First, we start out with Rocket League. Second is going to be League of Legends. Next one is going to be Halo Infinite. And how it works is by the end of there's 4 matches they play, best of ones, or whatever it is in other games. Rocket League, you don't really do best of ones, so different over there. And by the end of the week, you have those 4 matches. Whoever is the top of the standings gets 8 points, and then second's going to be 7, third is 6th, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, descending in that order. And they're basically competing for the most amount of points after the third week, which is Halo Infinite, to say if they can get into the top 4 for that playoff eligibility and compete amongst many different games to see who can win in that playoff. So really just testing how flexible these players are. Most of them you do know from Overwatch, but do we have any sleepers in other games? I know for our first match here between Starch and Spicy, there is one player I have my eyes on, and their name is Nukes.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff about their profile. We've taken a look at some of their op.ggs. I am excited for tonight in general. I know there's a pretty wide array of skill between we have some people like Nukes you just said who we know is quite good and is pretty high on the ladder, and there are some other people I'm told who this is their first time playing League before. So I'm really excited to get into all of the different skill levels that we have playing tonight.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see how those different skill levels do interact. Who can the more experienced players on each team can kind of corral the other players. It will be interesting to see that. We should be entering in to our draft quite soon. We're going to be using a third party. If anyone out there is familiar with ProDraft, that is what we're going to be using. Very common in tournaments to use it outside of the Riot client because Riot client can be buggy sometimes, especially with pick and ban. So just making sure that things are as good as possible. You do use that pro draft, so we should be getting that very shortly. And we're going to see interesting because there's a lot of different, I guess, experience levels. How meta do drafts look? I'm not expecting much of that at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how deep the strategy gets on the draft. And it looks like we're starting up now. And it's so I think that's the Katarina ban we had. And was the second one a Yumi?
Yeah, Yumi was also banned out there, so it is going to be first banned by Katarina, not wanting to have that on the field. That assassin can take over games very quickly if it's not mitigated. Uh, and the Yumi as well, going to be taken out of the equation, not wanting that scaling support pick up and available. And it's kind of interesting how much of this ends up being like. It looks like right now they're just target banning. They're just target banning mid lane right now, and I would too.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we were mentioning pregame is that Nukes, the best player on Starch, is very good. So it makes sense to try and take as many of their champions off the field as possible. I do like the Yumi ban. I think Yumi is a relatively um, uninteresting champion to play against. It's an uninteresting champion to watch. But it is such a good hyperscaling pick that it makes sense to pick. And so next, they took the Urgot off the board, which is interesting because as far as I know, Urgot is not super meta in the top lane right now.
Yeah, this seems a lot more ranked bans, you know? Last thing, like seems like we seems like they're just trying to ban out things they don't like playing against, not wanting to play against that Urgot, that Pantheon, and of course the Yi gonna get banned out as well. Hyperscaling jungler that can take over games, especially in low elo when there's less ability for enemy junglers to kind of invade and such. As we're trying to see what else does end up getting banned out here.
Yeah, so they did take off the Master Yi, which makes sense. They took off the Pantheon, which is interesting. So it does look like Starch Esports might be a little bit wary of the support pick. And Spicy locks in Akali first, and then Starch picks the Rammus, which I think is a pretty interesting jungle pick. Provides a lot of really useful engage. It provides some tankiness in team fights, and might be useful, especially if they're really worried about this mid lane pick. That he might help edge some of the pressure that he can provide.
And there's kind of the first pick that I was like, I kind of want to see here. Jinx, strongest AD carry on the patch currently. That or Caitlyn. Caitlyn is permabanned right now in pro play. Not sure how many of the players in this lobby know that. Not sure how many players in the lobby care about that. But right now, two best ADCs in the game are Jinx and Caitlyn. Jinx can get picked up here for Starch Esports. Would not be surprised to see a Caitlyn ban. Don't know if the ADC full Spicy does play Caitlyn or not, or if they even want to pilot that champion. But that's kind of the next step of logic. We have Jinx. We have such a power pick in our hands. Just try and secure that, try to shut down the enemy AD carry from doing things. So Blitzcrank going to be locked in, trying to potentially take that Jinx out of their positioning. Very good in terms of if players misposition or misplay against the Blitzcrank, easy free kill half the time. As Amumu Rammus, one of that's going in the jungle, one of that going top lane.
Yeah, Jinx from Arcane. I love Jinx from Arcane. Wow, I heckin' love Arcane. And as much as people joke about, oh, she's buffed, she's boosted by the Riot Balance team because she's in the new Netflix show, she is a very strong pick in bot lane, that she is very strong during the laning phase. She hyperscales, she has great movement speed. She can switch between attack speed and kind of AoE damage. She has a global ultimate that does a lot of damage. She is a really fearsome pick. The Blitzcrank in bot lane is equally as good. His Q, the rocket arm grab hook, whatever you want to call it, is one of the most powerful non-ultimate abilities in the game. I think he's really, really strong. For Starch, I'm curious about if this Amumu might be a support pick. It's possible. I've seen Amumu played support in lower elo, and it is so oppressive in lane. It is very, very strong. As right now we see LeBlanc taken off, and like you predicted, the Caitlyn.
The only lane answer to Jinx right now, in terms of one that beats Jinx, is going to be that Caitlyn. The other one is going to be Jhin is a neutralizing agent. Basically, we pick Jhin. We just want to basically make sure that lane isn't as impactful as it could be. So it's going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. I'm surprised Starch didn't go for a mid lane pick in any of these first, because you're just going to get more bans targeted towards it. That's 4 mid lane bans, maybe even 5 if he plays Master Yi mid. I don't know, but that's already 4 mid lane bans towards nukes. I was surprised they didn't try to pick up one, but I guess they're like, I'll soak bans from my pool, because then I can play more than that. I saw Silas, I saw so many other strong mid lane picks still available that I'm sure Nukes can play as a diamond player. Should be able to pilot many different champions in that mid lane.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting for any of our audience who isn't as familiar with League of Legends, almost any character in the game can be carry if you funnel them enough kills. And so Nukes, who's a very experienced mid laner, you're probably right, feels comfortable taking all the bans and saying, you know what? I'm going to put all my teammates in a position to succeed, give them their best champions, because I know that I can play pretty much anything to relative success. And so that Anivia ban is also pretty interesting to me. I'm an Anivia player myself, and I think it's really fun to play. And so I'm interested to see what he does take with this last pick. You saw Yorick in the top lane, who's a really interesting split push champion. He does so much damage to towers. And Kai'Sa, tell me what you think about this Kai'Sa pick going into the Jinx.
It's one of those, I mean, it's weird because it have so much AP. I don't know what the Kai'Sa is going to be going. There's a new AP build that's popping up. Basically, it's Manamune Nashers. Is it Nashers? Is it Manamune Ludens? I think it's Manamune Ludens. I don't know. It's the new AP build. I kind of fell off the Kai'Sa train a while ago. Was a very big Kai'Sa player, but now there's a new build coming back up. It was AD for a while. Kai'Sa fell down in popularity. Now it's back to a poke AP style. For that Kai'Sa, trying to get those upgrades, all 3 upgrades by level 11 or 12, I believe. It's back to how it used to be. There was a build before a couple nerfs came in where you would basically try and go for your 3 upgrades as fast as possible. That's back. That's what the case is going to be here. Still, awful laning phase into a Jinx. I believe that's going to be a Mumu support. I believe that's Moon. I don't know. Something jungle. Rammus jungle, Moon the top lane. If I had to start, it's literally just they have Jinx and Heimer gonna be the main carries. We're just like, our players might not know how to play the game as much. Let's just put them on tanks. Let's just make sure they can just be big, beefy bodies in the late game. And for Spicy, it's gonna be their comp is a bit weird, but I think their champions are a little bit, not the Akali, but the other ones are a little bit easier to pilot, it would seem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so I did look it up. And right now, Manamune, Nashor's Tooth, and Crown of the Shattered Queen is the meta Kai'Sa build. So here we have the team. It looks like it's going to be a Cho'Gath versus Dr. Mundo top lane. I have no idea who is going to play in the jungle for Spicy. It might actually be Cho'Gath in the jungle.
Yeah, should be Cho'Gath.
And then Yorick top lane, Akali mid, and then Kai'Sa blitz bot. And then Starch has a more unorthodox comp with, I think that's Mundo top, Rammus jungle, Heimerdinger mid, and then a Mumu Jinx bot lane.
Oh, it could be a pro draft thing. So sometimes a pro draft will have like a bug where it'll show a different champion. That might actually be a Fiddlesticks and not a Yorick. That might be
interesting.
So there, I remember a long time ago, and that might be a Yasuo and not a Heimer. I don't quite know. There was an issue with pro draft a while ago, I know, where this was occurring, where like it wouldn't be the same pick, but the teams knew it was the picks. But I mean, all in all, it doesn't really change. It changes much. The Fiddlesticks is going to go jungle here for Spicy, and the Yasuo is going to go mid. That's going to be in Nukes' hands. But still, the support is kind of a question. I believe it's going to be Mumu support, probably better than Rammus.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. And I definitely think the Yasuo in Nukes' hands is going to be a problem.
Yep.
He is a hyper-scaling champion. He is incredibly strong. He is incredibly unpopular with the community of League of Legends. And he is going to require a lot of CC to hold him down. And as I'm looking at Spicy's roster, Blitzcrank is the only one with any sort of reliable CC. And even then, his hook is somewhat hard to hit given how mobile Yasuo is. So I don't know enough about the complete rosters of these teams to make a completely accurate prediction, but given the team compositions, I'm gonna have to go with Starch. That's my initial prediction for this match.
Yeah, and I've looked through like kind of the teams like the OP.GGs from what I saw. I would take Starch to be my favorites just because they have like I think the best player in the tournament. And if their players can just play adequate around them, that'll be fine. And if it does you at home, that also I think I failed to mention this earlier for the triathlon. There is other games going on at the same time, just not being streamed. We want it because every team basically has to have 4 matches played by the end of the week. We get all those matches played today, and we'll be updating those scores when we can. So each round we have 4 matches for you today on the stream. But in reality, there's 16 matches going to go on today, and those scores will be updated, and that'll go into the points for everyone. Again, earlier, Marsupial Gaming's in the lead at 8 points. Starch is actually in 2nd place with 7 points. Kaleidoscope in 3rd with 6 points. Nostalgia in 4th with 5th points. Spicy Boys at 5th place with 4 points. 3 for Foxden, 2 for Ragnarok, and 1 for GDH. So that is kind of how that's been going out so far. So Spicy Boys definitely needs to get some more points up this week, whereas Starch in that 2nd spot, and it looks like they're going to probably continue possibly with a 1st place this week. I'm not going to count any of the teams out, but I just think literally just having a diamond player on your team is such a big boon for the fact they can just shot call for you, they can go into any lane and they're just comfortable with it. I think that puts Starch ahead.
I agree. Just a quick rundown for all of our audience who's less familiar with League of Legends and how it works. Ultimately, there are 5 players per team. There is a solo top laner, a solo mid laner, a damage carry, and a support player in bot lane, and then a jungler who roams around defeating neutral monster camps. And so you go through, and as you collectively get kills against your opponents, and you get kills on minions that are in the waves, as you'll see, as you get kills on towers and other various things scattered around the map. You buy items, and then you become more powerful in fights. And ultimately, the point is to defeat the enemy nexus. And so there are lots of ways to do that, and I'm really excited to see how it's going to go. And we'll see who comes out on top.
We'll see. Right now, both of us praying here for Starch Esports to take this. These are best of ones, so whoever wins this does take the match. And we'll be seeing how Starch Esports does in this match and how they do for the rest of the night. To be honest, as we got those scores in over and over, as we should be heading into the game right now. Had to wait for that spectator delay. How it works with Spectating League is basically 3 minutes where it goes, hey casters, sit here and wait for 3 minutes for the game to for us to like load up a preview of the game, and that really is what allows for them to have a auto spec system that they do. It is going to be Rammus jungle. It is going to be that Mumu support, and it's going to be that Mundo in the top lane. Everything else is pretty standard. What we can see, of course, that Fiddlesticks. Yep, it was a Fiddlesticks, not a York. Makes a lot more sense. And the Yasuo over Hyman, well, it doesn't really matter that much. It does allow it to be a little bit stronger for them.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really interested to see is how these teams, or how these junglers especially, path. Because I think it's going to make a really big difference. And that's one thing that newer players really stand out, that their relative inexperience really shows up. And so Fiddlesticks in the jungle running Predator is going to be really, really powerful. Because he can kite a number of camps all at the same time. Whereas Rammus is more of a champion who focuses on kind of showing up and trying to help out his laners, which is known as ganking in League of Legends. And so I'm interested to see how these jungles end up trying to take over and play this game.
Yeah, we should be getting in here very shortly.
Yeah, Riot is of course well known as a small indie company.
Oh yeah, no,
They
it's just bugged.
their
It's just
client is well known as one of the finest across the lands. Um, I myself have spectated and casted on my own channel a number of games before, and they all go pretty much like this. And it's buggy and difficult, so we hope you'll stand by as we kind of
maybe
work through some of this difficult.
maybe if we can get out and try to respec it, maybe that'll work. I don't know. League of Legends, Riot, the client, 10 years old. And some things never change.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Riot and its client is that you can play League on almost any device in the world. I'm sure if you uncovered some laptop that was created in 2003 and buried in a graveyard for several years, you could still dig that up and run League of Legends on it to some point. So it is quite a buggy client, and you gotta make do.
Yeah, and also I'm fairly certain from what I know of the client's code, it is very spaghetti. Like it's like the epitome of spaghetti back there. So some things don't work. We're gonna be loading back in, trying to get a spectator going up again. Just a moment. So you've had to have a lot of caster yapping. And we're seeing more as we're coming in here. Here it is.
Hey, and there we go. All
There it
right.
is. 1 minute in. Nothing seems to have happened. We can't see Mundo teleport. We can't see any teleport actually. But you know what? Riot do be coming in clutch for us here.
That is actually that's a well-known bug that's bothering even pro play right now. And so it sure is exciting. You never know quite what to expect.
We'll get
It
that
did-
feed up on the stream in just a moment, guys.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is. Hey, everybody,
All right.
we're in. Yeah, we
So-
can see this.
So, just to give a quick explanation to everyone else about what's happening there. Level 1, your characters are very weak. They don't have access to all their abilities yet. Every champion has 5 total abilities, 6 if you count their passive, one of them being an ultimate. And so at the beginning, you're very weak, and it takes a lot of help from your teammates. Right now, this Fiddlesticks is a particularly interesting character because he can heal himself so effectively, so he doesn't need the help that Rammus in the jungle on red team needs.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna have to see kind of what's going on here. The Mumu support, I've played it. Not seriously, I was memeing my friends with it, but it's surprisingly effective. The bandage toss being buffed, having 2 charges, surprisingly effective at locking someone down and increasing magic damage. Unfortunately, they don't have much magic damage on their team, so that doesn't really help that much. But you know, you gotta do what you can with that Mumu. Pretty sure most players in this lobby are new to the game, or at the very least, not nearly as high level as Nukes, as he's trying to get in that mid lane. The matchup is, from what I remember, it's not great for Akali, but it's also not that, like, bullying. It's pretty even, if I remember correctly, but could be wrong about that.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting about this mid lane matchup to me is that neither characters have mana, and so they have a lot more sustain than other champions. Like if you look at all of these characters' names right now, the little blue line below their name shows how many times they can cast abilities before they have to recall back into the base and heal up. And Yasuo and Akali, neither are champions that have mana, and so they can usually stay in lane a lot longer than their opponents are. But with them both in there, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of maneuver that.
And there's Deputy Sheriff getting hooked under the turret. That's kind of basically how you die. Gonna be walking forward. Does have to flash out from that turret. Gonna get some counter damage. I don't think you want to take that bandage toss. That would have been some turret damage to the face. Nuke's missing the tornado there in mid. Not gonna get a further trade. Has some good trading patterns so far, but could have been even better. Could have even looked for a kill with that ignite if that tornado did hit.
Yeah, as I'm looking, everyone's pretty even so far. Nukes is kind of holding the wave. He's trying to push it in and really hold Akali under turret. One thing to note is that the turrets won't damage you if you have a minion wave. Whereas if you are actively damaging the other person, as Rammus comes in with an engage.
There it is. Does have the ignite. Didn't even want to use it. It's just gonna let the red buff from the Rammus pop off. I don't really know. That's kind of greedy there from Nukes. Could have just ignited. Could have probably even saved the Rammus if the Rammus has to just leave earlier. But it's not going to be 1-for-1. But I think that does favor the Akali, putting that gold into Akali's pocket over the Rammus.
I agree. Akali comes away with that, and that's kind of what she needs. Right now, you can see on the scoreboard that she's 20 CS down. CS stands for creep score. That's the number of the little minions that you've killed over the duration of this game. And so that extra kill is going to really help try and get her in this game and kind of keep her afloat and try and buy items that keep her on par with this Yasuo.
In the bot lane, however, we're going to be seeing a gank coming in here from that Fiddlesticks. They're going to be getting the stun off. The heal has to be used. Could find the kill maybe, but the Ignite's going to tick down. Support kill for support kill, but another kill is going to be coming in here, possibly for Chimanzi. Nope, instead just going to be like a lot, just popping him with the robot fist there. 2-for-1 in the bot lane, and both supports coming away richer for it.
Yeah, it was a little sloppy, but ultimately neither team comes away particularly on top. As right here we see some more trading in the mid lane.
Yeah, he has that also ult up, and that's the benefit of saving that Ignite from earlier. Does have it for this all in, and an easy solo kill there for Nukes is going to be the Fiddlesticks walking in. Nukes knows he can take this if he does hit the wind wall on that fear. Doesn't, now could be in danger. He's going to go down, and Rammus in the mid lane looking for some counter response, but not going to find it.
Yeah, so a big thing in League of Legends is when do you hit level 6? That is the first level that you unlock your ultimate. Yasuo is particularly interesting because his ultimate is a powerful one. The thing is, it needs a very specific type of CC to proc. And so you need what's called a knock-up. So some ability that knocks the champion in the air and then he can use his ult. He can use it himself, but it helps to have teammates to do it. And an interesting thing is that he doesn't have teammates who can set it up. The Rammus might have a specific ability to do it, but in general, his team is not one that's necessarily built around helping him use that powerful ultimate.
Yeah. And right now, we're just seeing basically CS differentials for the main carries here. For Starch, they have more CS on their Jinx, 20 up. They have 20 up, basically, or 15 up on their Yasuo as well, as long as that kill coming in the solo kill that comes in with XP as well. So really big, just like they're basically playing towards their main carries right now, and it's going to pay off for them. They're already going to have some gold differentials on their lane opponents, and that translating into the mid to late game is going to just be so valuable.
Yeah, you can see on the top, red team is just starting to come away with a pretty hefty gold lead, and it goes away.
Yeah,
But that if one team can kind of come away with it right now, this Fiddlesticks is doing a good job. He has a kill. He's doing his best to CS and have pretty efficient pathing. Is the Yasuo is getting some pretty hefty poke out onto this Akali and really kind of keeping her uncomfortable in lane.
Yeah, and I think something interesting is that it's weird to me seeing the Yasuo with that lethal tempo, because it's so new, right? It usually always has been Conqueror for the past, I want to say, year plus. It has been Conqueror on that Yasuo. There was a Halo Blades for a little bit, but that was just a weird kind of era. Now lethal tempo has just been so strong now with the recent buffs and recent changes to it that even Yasuo just gives up that Conqueror for it. We're going to have the all-in coming in here for the Akali. Going to be aided with the Sphere from the Fiddlesticks, and
nice
that's
play.
all they needed. There it is with the Drink Socket as well. Going to be coming in. The snipe for Charbitus is going to allow them to clean up and go 1-for-1 there, and more gold on their carries.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see if you're the blue team. That's heartbreaking. You get a great gank from the Fiddlesticks out, who uses his ultimate. It does AoE damage. It does fear, which is another type of CC. And the Akali engage was really, really nice. And then to have Jinx use that ultimate kind of cross map and clean up. When you're blue team and you're trying to battle against this Diamond Elo Yasuo, you hate to see it. That's not something you want. You want as many advantages as you can get.
Yep, and right now in the top lane, going to be some trading coming out here. You could even see that ultimate from Cho'Gath come out at any point. Does so much chunking damage, just so much burst, and is really going to allow them to have the advantage. Now that Mundo doesn't have this R, the main thing that's going to make the difference in this lane is just more poke coming down from Cho'Gath, getting them low enough, whittling them down, and then eventually just popping the R on them. They're gone.
Yeah. Yeah, so right here you can see Yasuo continuing to kind of take that CS lead. He has almost a 20 CS differential in the mid lane, which is where things start to get hefty. The Jinx also has a pretty hefty CS lead over the Kai'Sa. And right now you can see that red team has about 1,000 gold differential, which isn't too much. This is the inklings of starting to run away with it, especially with the dragon. If you look on the top of the scoreboard, you can see the little blue swirly icon. So every 5 minutes now, a dragon will spawn on the bottom side of the map. And killing these, for whichever team that does, gives you a boost. They are randomly generated, and if you can kill 4, the 4th kind of dragon gives you a massive boost and really, really does a lot to help your team win the game. And so red team already a little bit ahead on objectives and gold.
Oh, and that's a hook onto the Jinx. That's going to be a massive amount of damage. It has to run. The Jinx just has to run, but the Fiddlesticks is here. Flash, 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 flash. Flash is coming out right now. Get down if you're epileptic, because that's not a good time for you. So many flashes exchanged that I believe I saw about 4 or 5. And man, that's just so much chase there just to keep down that Jinx, and that they do, along with that Amumu.
Yeah, Flash is usually an absolutely vital defense tool, and sometimes people like to use it offensively. And right there, the Fiddle flashed, the Kaisa flashed, the Blitzcrank flashed, the Jinx flashed, and the Amumu flashed. That's 5. That's half the lobby right there, all just flashing at one time.
Yeah.
But I tell you, it might be worth it because blue team has evened out that kill. They're ahead in kills, but the gold differential is even. And so right now, both teams are really making this pretty exciting.
Yeah, they're looking for the gank onto the Akali, but the Shroud is going to be how they get out of that one for free. Not for free. Gives you actually extra energy, so it's not free. You actually gain something from it right there. That's going to be their anti-gank tool. If you aren't getting that Shroud out before, or they aren't in a position where that Shroud is just free to safety, you're not going to get a kill off on that Akali with the gank. And could actually get poked down here. Nukes is kind of losing this matchup in a bit, especially with the Akali now having 2 kills. But
yeah, one thing that I'm noticing is right here we see some trading from the Fiddlesticks onto the Mundo.
and that should just be that as the Rupture does come in. The Mundo doesn't have the flash available. The R is not enough. And that's just that. It should be danger time here for Jinx. Is to get some rockets in, but some cooldowns are still available here for the Blitzcrank. 1 HP on the Deputy, and the Jinx rocket goes flying, and there it is. The hook comes through, and that's another kill for Legalots. And right now, going on to the Kaisa. The Deputy is so low. All they have to do is get shot one more time. That's going to be a triple kill here for the Blitzcrank. So much gold onto that support, and you'd rather have it on the 80k, but at least you have any amount of gold in your pocket after that one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Just as we were seeing some of the trading onto the Mundo earlier, as right here, Akali's still fighting and gets some great poke in on the Yasuo, kind of forcing him out, is that if you look in the bot lane, Blitzcrank is the one that has all of these kills and has all this gold. And even though as a team, Blue is ahead, that gold would be so much more valuable on someone with real carry potential like Kaisa, whereas Blitzcrank, who is more of a CC champion, he kind of goes in, he uses his abilities, he might soak up some damage depending on what items you buy, but is mostly meant to use his abilities and then just kind of stand there. Kaisa is the one that you would really love to get those kills and to put damage out onto the enemy team, so it's certainly not a bad thing, but if you're blue team, I feel like you'd love to have some of those kills on Kaisa.
Yeah, this Kaisa doesn't know the new wave on Kaisa. Gonna go to Kraken Slayer build, which is kind of an older build, is being outpaced right now by the Manamune build, but still solid, does its damage, just not nearly as effective for getting your upgrades as much as possible. Now Nuke's even looking for the 1v1 here potentially in mid lane. Nope, just trying to trade on that mid wave, trying to get some damage while also taking out those minions. And it could be dangerous as the dragon is up and both teams are looking towards it. The Fiddlesticks is here, has that ultimate, could easily go over this wall and surprise everyone, has a instant fear. Doesn't have the flash to follow it up. Does have the Proto Belt though, however. Isn't be Proto Belting forward, but they do get the Smite. Smite is good so far from Shmurda, but everyone else in that Amumu ult, it's not enough to save them. Nukes goes in, but they should be losing their life very shortly to this Kaisa. The wind wall is just blocking all the auto attacks, however, but Chabra should be dying as well. That's much better than you would have expected right there to trade out 2. That looked like a clean 4-0 sweep, but instead, gonna be having both the Jinx and the Yasuo there to trade back kills.
That is massive. Red team does come away with the dragon, which helps, but a great ultimate over the wall by the Fiddlesticks to get in and cause chaos. One thing I noticed, the Blitzcrank, the hero we've been mentioning, hit an absolutely beautiful stun onto the Yasuo to stop him from ulting. He knocked up 3 separate people on blue, and that would have been devastating. But Blitzcrank doing a great job playing his role, and ultimately blue team is starting to come away with it with now this 2,000 gold lead.
Yep. Gonna be a bit of a gold lead now for Spicy. And right now it's Deputy. Kind of wondering what to do down here. Has this played steel caps is going to provide... I mean, it's only going to really help them against the Kai'Sa. Everything else that boots are not very effective against. And if that Kai'Sa went to AP build, it would have been even less effective. So, again, that's something when you get to the newer players. They don't quite understand the nuances of itemization as much. So, it's those kind of losses of gold. But that could have been something better. But it isn't. And no really going back on that now.
Yeah, I have to agree. And right now, something that's interesting I see on the Yasuo is that even though he's nearly 40 CS up, he is down a couple of kills and he doesn't have his mythic item. A big thing in League of Legends is that every champion can buy 1 mythic item. As right now, they're getting some damage out onto the Cho'Gath, who's able to flash away to safety. And it looks like that might be it. But the Fiddlesticks is coming out and they're engaging back on.
Yeah, this top side is just going to be completely outclassed with the 2v2. The Fiddlesticks is so fed, and Cho'Gath with that ultimate is just going to nom you up. Mundo as well. I mean, in the bot lane, you're just going to get traded on. Oh, that's a classic Blitz Kai'Sa combo right there. That's the heal also out from the Jinx. Should be trying to just chasing it down from Kai'Sa. And I think this Kai'Sa is further ahead than this Jinx, so they can kind of just walk up. No, Jinx is going to get the trade out. Now they're excited. This excitement could be enough to turn it in their favor, but no. Boost Bro is just too far ahead comparatively and finds the picks they need. That's 2 kills in Kai'Sa's pocket, and that's kind of the gold you want it to go. The support dying for the cause, that's exactly what you want.
I can't agree more. And even though we were mentioning how the Kraken Slayer item, the mythic item that Kai'Sa has, it does true damage every 3rd auto attack. And Kai'Sa is someone who tends to build attack speed, and so you're attacking very frequently. Each individual one might not do that much. And so although it's not meta, it does look to be paying out there.
Yep. Right now, could find the trade here for Nukes. Not going to go in on that. Does have the ultimate. Doesn't decide to use it. Instead, just going to back off recall, trying to finish that item perhaps.
There's some remarkable patience on the Yasuo. Yasuo players are infamous for the kind of playing the kind of champion where as soon as you can, you go in. Your reptile brain takes over and you can't help but ult in. And he didn't. There wasn't anyone in the area, but I do wonder if he thought that maybe someone else was around, maybe someone else was in the area.
I was wondering what that Hearthbound Axe was going to build into. Was going to be that Wit's End for Yasuo, realizing they have basically 4 AP champs. Kai'Sa's hybrid and Blitz does magic damage, but isn't really a damage. So I'm going to have those 2 halves, make up 4 AP champs, realizing that getting that Wit's End is important as the ultimate. They're all going to come in here with that Ignite. If they can find another Q, they get the kill. Going through, and there it is. Just clips the end of it. The shutdown going to be coming down on the Yasuo. Fiddlesticks going to make their presence aware, but are they going to want for this 2v2? Is Nukes strong enough to make up for the fact that this Cho'Gath is massive right now? We got 2 fights going on, one in the mid lane, one in the bot lane, and that's the bot lane fight done. There's Fiddlesticks coming in, but they could lose their life. The Wind Wall blocking a lot of that damage in the bot lane. The Moo looking for the kill onto the Kai'Sa. Not going to find it. Too much damage coming out, too much sustain, and Mr. Tripical not going to lose their life on that Cho'Gath either, but they could be finding it. Nukes is looking for it, but just won't find it. If he walks back up into the tornado, it could be disastrous, but no. It's going to be safe for now. Losing out on the bot side here for Starch, but winning out in the mid lane.
Absolutely crazy. For all that action, it ended up relatively even. Both teams got 2 kills and a tower. And you mentioned about the Wit's End on the Yasuo. It is a pretty powerful item that that provides a bit of resistance against magic damage. All damage in League of Legends can be classified as either physical damage or ability power, basically magic damage. Now that he's built that and also has the Immortal Shield Bow, his mythical item, I think that Yasuo is about to take over this game. And so I'm curious to see, is this 3k gold lead enough for blue team to pull ahead and actually win this game? Or is this Yasuo going to come back and take over?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. As we see the Rammus going in, looking for the Smite Steal, doesn't find it. Rocket comes in from Jinx, not going to do much. This fight is just completely into Spicy's favor. Also alt looking to change that, but not enough. Kai'Sa's going to zoom forward with those marks. And that's going to be a 4 for 0 and the dragon. This game is firmly in Spice's control.
And that's what I was talking about earlier, that sometimes when you see the knockups on Yasuo, your brain says, go in. And there was no one there to follow up with him. It was too bad that all of his team had been CC'd. They were just out of it. And so blue team has a 13 kill lead on this right now, and a 5k, over a 5k gold lead. So we were predicting that this Yasuo might take over, and that has yet to happen. That shows what I know.
Yeah, not really taking over the game so far. There's too many neutralizing agents with the Blitzcrank, with the Fiddlestick Sphere, with the Cho'Gath just being as tanky as they are. And actually as tanky they are with the CC, they have the silences, the slow on the E, knocking up with the Q if you can even find that. There's too many things to stop nukes from really popping off and doing enough that it's really worked out for them in the long run, especially when the rest of the map has kind of been Fiddlesticks is just going around affecting it all.
Yeah, this game has been absolutely all over the place, and it has been really, really well done that this blue team is doing their best to play with some togetherness to kind of play the team fights effectively. They are still down 1 dragon, but I'm not sure how much that matters. Right now, if you see on the top side, on the top half of the minimap, right now Baron Nashor is up, which is a very powerful, one of the most powerful people in the game, where if you kill them you get incredible boosts, and your minions are all more powerful when you're next to them. So we'll see what that happens, as we did see nukes. It looks like he may have disconnected, as you can see the Yasuo kind of running back.
He's back.
And he's back, so there you go.
Yep, Yasuo is back. We're going to get back into that fight, as the Jinx here are going to be trying to really become the hyper carry and start to take over with this farm.
Yeah, right now there's a decent lull in the action, as both teams are just trying to kind of farm up. And as I say that there's a lull in the action, it looks like the Blitzcrank is gonna be able to escape any danger, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. And right now it's just complete top jungle control so far for Spicy. And I mean, it's gonna be hard to kind of get back into this game. How do you really, what is the way that your team fights are going to operate in order to get yourself a win? Well, it's going to mainly come off the Mumu hitting a massive ultimate, followed up by the Rammus just peeling basically for that Jinx and Yasuo at the same time by taking out key carries. But now they're just walking into blitz hooks. It's not going to be it's not really, that's not really good for winning team fights when your Rammus is dead first.
Yeah, you asked what is the what way can they get back into the game, and that is not it. Getting caught out and picked while you're all alone is certainly not the way to come back and win this team fight. If I'm red team, I look and I see the gold differential that's just starting to snowball. I see the kill lead. I think the only way that red team is gonna be able to get back into this is if they can reliably protect the Yasuo and take these objectives. That I think that is their main win condition now that they're here. And if you're blue team, I think the win condition is let's play safe, let's farm, let's maintain this gold lead, let's not do anything rash. That if it's their lead to throw at this point.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Kai'Sa hasn't gone for a Rune's yet. A lot of melee bodies in front of them that they could spread that plasma around on. Instead, going to be going for the Mortal Reminder. And I don't, like, yeah, they have to stop Mundo healing and potentially even Yasuo healing, but that could definitely be on someone else. I really think as an ADC, you want to itemize mainly for damage. Utility has to come in later phases while also getting some damage for yourself. The third item, definitely think that should be a Rune's in there. Just to spread, there's 4 melee bodies in front of you. You're going to get so much plasma stacking. Looking to sneak the Baron right now.
Yeah,
while the Dragon's up.
Are they actually going to go for this? I think they are. So right now you see red team trying to group up and take the Baron. They have a control ward, that little thing with the eyeball and the 4 health bars. That is a control ward, which means if any wards, any vision from blue team is there, it is canceled out. So they took this entirely for free. And if you're blue team, I don't know if this trade is worth it. Right here, you're taking the Infernal Drake to be even in Dragon total, but I'm not sure. That's absolutely not worth it. Is now this Baron buff is gonna let red team kind of have some relief. It's going to enable them to push out minion waves, to take towers, and kind of chip away at this gold deficit. That was a great call. It was a very, very sneaky play to jump in, use the blast plant to hop into the pit and take it. Well played by Red.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that Nix has been trying to, like, I'm pretty sure that was their call, but also it could have not been. Could have been someone else's. I don't want to give everything to Nukes, but also just the fact that they've been kind of soaking waves themselves. Level 15, highest level in the game, above everyone else, because they just know how to catch waves. They know their recall timings. They know when they should be out in the field. Even if their team is losing, they're still gaining the advantage in XP, which is gonna. It does actually matter a lot. Gonna be hitting that level tier 3 ultimate first, and generally going to be allowing them to be stronger in fights. But at the gold deficit currently, even with this Baron buff, I don't know if it's going to matter, but it is just one of the small things that it gives them some kind of a glimpse of a chance.
Yeah, and for as wild as some of the early game was, this game is really slowed down. That both teams understand that trying to force something is not a winning strategy. So right now, there's so much downtime, and we can kind of see that they're really focusing on itemization. Jinx has been that Runaan's that you were mentioning. I can't agree more about the Kai'Sa Mortal Reminder. I'm not sure that's the play right now. This Cho'Gath is starting to get real beefy. Dr. Mundo trying to itemize, but is pretty behind in CS. Also another beefy champion. And so these teams are playing it pretty well. They're playing it safe, and I think regardless of what they believe their win con is, not forcing fights is absolutely a part of it.
And right now, eventually, this is dangerous for Mundo. It looks okay for them, but I mean, this Cho'Gath does a surprising amount of damage. And actually, never mind. They have their whole team back. Didn't see the fact that 4 people were coming up here, but this could be dangerous on the dive. You're going to be having this Ram Destroying tank this early game. Don't know if the flash is really required. I think the Cho'Gath definitely giving a lot of credit to the enemy team in terms of how much damage they can really put out. Now it's going to be here. The Yasuo looking for the 1v2. Does put the wind wall early. That's one defensive cooldown just gone. Boozbo should be walking towards that turret right there instead. Going to be EQ'd on. The flash not enough. Walking forward is this Fiddlesticks with the ultimate. I mean, this is getting one shot. This is starting to play into how the Starch wants it to win, right? They want you to just try and 1v1 or 2v1 their main player, because now it's completely flipped. The Baron buff's allowing them to push on these turrets, and they're even going to try and dive the Cho'Gath. Now, this could be a counter-int, but they're going to be able to get the Cho'Gath down, and the Rammus is tanky enough.
That's what we were saying, that eventually this is going to come down to can the Yasuo take over, and now with Baron buff and in the cooldown time, I think this is game. I think they can push it and take this here. They might be able to take this with the Demolish proc. I think this is the game. And so out of nowhere, this team pulls ahead and absolutely takes it. The Yasuo quadra kill in the bot lane completely opened it all up. And that's what we were saying, that this Yasuo is really something to fear. And that's...
Nukes is here.
Behind and then ahead.
They could end. Nukes is here. Nukes is ready to 1v4 again. Gonna be walking forward. Nukes finds one kill. Windwall is out. Gonna be getting hit by the Fiddle Fear. Nukes cannot survive this. They kind of troll that at the end there, but still. They got Smugs. I don't know if you live this. No, you don't live this.
And he does not live this.
You don't live this. So basically, kind of what happened there. I see a lot of people reacting in the chat. Yasuo spikes when he hits the 2 crit items because he gets 100% crit. So his damage just goes so crazy at that point. So once he hit that spike, the Wit's End was actually kind of a delay in that. Didn't give him any crit. So once he hit that IE, not only is he doing more crit damage because of how IE works, he also has 100% crit. So when people start walking up to him, especially we can find the EQ onto the Kai'Sa, ult after, that Kai'Sa's insta-dead, and from there, all he had to do was really auto-attack people.
At the time, he had fewer kills than Akali, but if you look at their CS differential right now, he has an over 100 CS differential, which is massive. And so Yasuo's passive, like you were saying, it gives you double the crit bonus, but lower crit damage. And so what you want to do is you want to build critical chance on Yasuo, and then any critical chance over 100 gets converted into extra damage on top of the lifesteal that Immortal Shieldbro provides. And so as long as you're doing damage, you heal yourself, and you're doing so much damage because of that IE, the Infinity Edge. And so this is the exact point that he is going to take over the game. He is going to be someone to fear with, and that right now, like I was saying, the Blitzcrank is the only person capable of stopping this, because he He has the crowd control. He has the stuns. And that's it. That's the only meaningful, reliable CS. Is Yasuo is just avoiding it and running right for the Nexus.
You have 8 seconds on these recalls right now. Fiddlesticks is back, however. They're going to start hitting this thing. I'm surprised they went faster with that 4-man knockup there for Yasuo. Gonna have to stop watch as well. Mumu coming in with the ultimate as well. The bindings gonna keep everyone in place. Resurrection gonna be coming out on this Kai'Sa, who just picked up that GA. But is it enough? Another tornado coming through, healing. All of that from the shield bow is not enough, however.
Oh, this Kai'Sa.
As the Kai'Sa survived, he's gonna do enough damage right there. The GA giving them another shot at life and letting them kind of save the team fight for them. I'm surprised that Starch wasn't faster on that. There was plenty of time where they could have been walking towards the Nexus that they weren't, and they allowed the recalls to come in from Dragon. A little bit of a sloppy play that could have just ended the game.
Yeah, I really do have to think that if they had played that more seriously, they absolutely could have come away now. And this Kai'Sa is so strong. She has 3 full items. She does pop the Guardian Angel there, so I don't know if she wants to sell it, given that it's a 4-minute cooldown before the next time that you can die and be revived. And so she might want to get rid of this, but she is so strong. Right now you look at it though, and they have no Nexus towers. If I'm red, I might just do the same thing. It doesn't matter about the gold differential. We have a fed Yasuo. Let's just run in there. All we need to do is auto attack the Nexus a couple times. And so they did their best to run in, but this Kai'Sa is a hero for holding that down.
And it looks like they're going to be looking towards the bot side again. What they can kind of do, because they know that they're going to play top side for that Baron, they can kind of try to play towards the bottom side, try to break down that inhib as fast as possible, and then go for the Nexus. Because it's potential that the top inhib could be respawning during their siege attempt, during their attempt to backdoor. So they need to be ready. As soon as the enemy team makes a play on this Baron, they need to be ready to walk down there or take the fight. It's one or the other. You can't do nothing. If you just give the Baron for free, not fighting, you're not going to win, I think, going forward, because their team fight wombo combos just get that much stronger.
Yeah. Although, you can see in the bottom of your screen, it looks like Yasuo might be thinking, oh, they're all there. I'm just going to run into the base. And it looks like that is what they're doing. Yeah. Oh, this is a huge mistake. This is a huge mistake, and I think this has to be game. Right now you can see Akali trying to back, but ultimately this is going to be it, and Yasuo is going to take the Nexus.
They got banned, but it doesn't really matter. Not going to be fast enough. Unless his inhib respawns right now. No, it doesn't. And that's going to be the game done. Nuke's walking down there. Nuke's just understanding the win conditions with that top split after he takes the 1v4 basically in the bot side and wins it out. Realizing that that top lane is free now that his team broke it down. He can just walk in, get the kill on the Nexus, and end the game.
Yeah, and this is pretty close to what we were predicting, right? Spicy honestly played a great game. They had a gold lead. They were playing team fights pretty well, that they were doing the things they needed to do, and ultimately the Diamond Yasuo ended up running away with it. And there's not much more you can do about it. It's unfortunate, but in the future, I feel like you might want to pick a support champion that has some more CC, some more reliable way to hold him down and stop him. He did hit one great ult at the Infernal Drake somewhere through the game, but ultimately it was a well-played game, and the Yasuo came out on top.
Play Leona. Leona is just
play Leona.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes we do be playing. Just play the broken champ. Sometimes.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Malzahar, the no fun button. His ultimate is a suppress, and so you point and click, and they can't move, they can't play the game, and I want to say it's like a 3 or 4 second duration. I mean, it's insane how long it holds you down, and so well played. But that's all for this game, I guess.
Yep, that's all for this game. It is going to be Starch Esports taking the victory here, 1-0. I don't know what the other matches, what they ended up going, how those ended up going just yet, but we should be going to match 2 when we can. Ragnarok Gaming versus Foxden in match 2. We'll get that to you guys when we can, but for right now, oh, there's the results. Okay, so it looks like the winning team, Kaleidoscope, beat Foxden in this first round. We got Ragnarok took out Marsupial Gaming, and Godhands beat out Nostalgia. So right now we have Ragnarok, who just took out Marsupial Gaming, versus Foxden, who did end up losing to Kaleidoscope Esports. Really interesting to see how that goes in our next match. We'll get that to you when we can, but for now we should be heading over to a short break before that.
Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked morrow when knowledge may when we face our final hour in the darkest rift. Come on, Emily, I'm in the depth of yours. After channeling my power, your end will be swift. Now there's nothing in my way. You feel my deathly grasp.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Tranquility Triathlon here at League of Legends. It's going to be our second match. We just came away from a victory there for Starch over the Spicy Boys. And now we're going to be heading into Ragnarok versus Fox Den to see who can take the second match of the day here and try to get some points on the board for the team. Fox Den lost their first match, is now 0-1, and Ragnarok won their first one, up 1-0 right now. So Ragnarok on a good path to getting some more points in this this triathlon. Right now they stand at second to last place, so they are definitely going to need them, whereas Fox Den not doing much better in that third to last place, so also going to be needing some points that need to get on the board very quickly. Going to want to tie the match score up 1-1 here if they can. But again, what do you kind of think, G Infinity, we're going to see here in the second match?
I am so curious to see what this game is going to be like. Like you said, both teams are pretty near the bottom of the standings for the triathlon as a whole, Fox Den being only 1 point above Ragnarok. Fox Den did lose their last game, and Ragnarok won their last game. And so I'm very curious to see if either team will bring any sort of momentum in. And there's only one way to find out.
Yep, only one way to find out indeed, as we try to get into that draft very shortly. But as we are waiting, you guys can go head on, and while we're waiting right now, you guys can go and hit exclamation point giveaway in the chat, and you guys should be able to get some look at some good goodies right now. You can earn Trank Bucks, our channel points while watching the stream, and then turn them into giveaway entries. Those giveaway entries are going to be used on the final broadcast on the triathlon, and we'll draw a winner to see who will take home a $50 Amazon gift card. And we're also going to have two more giveaways, one for subscribers of our YouTube and followers on Twitch. On the same day, the last day of the triathlon, we'll be drawing the winners on those. So use those Trank Bucks you have, our channel points, on that giveaway to try and secure yourself a $50 Amazon gift card. So definitely be sure to head over to our Twitch and YouTube. You're on Twitch right now, OW Tranquility. Same thing as our YouTube right now. Go over, follow both the Twitch and the YouTube for a chance to win that $50 Amazon gift card. I know I could definitely use $50 on Amazon for some stuff right now.
Yeah, think about how many skins $50 could buy. Think about how
Buy a
many
$50 RP card to them.
yeah, think about how many riot points that you could you could purchase.
Yeah. Definitely something that can happen. You can purchase RP on Amazon, but taxes and all that get weird. But definitely something you can set up. We should be able to get into draft very shortly. Just fixing up some lobby issues currently. And again, it's kind of hard to tell what these teams are going to be looking like before we know them, because a lot of players are new to league, right? I don't know what they like to play. We saw very weird compositions from both sides. Even a lot of magic damage on the side of Spicy Boys last time, which I think kind of allowed the Yasuo, once they got that Wits End online, once they took out the Kaisa, there was not that much damage available to take them out. They 1v4'd in that bottom lane, and that kind of broke the game open for Starch and allowed them to kind of win that game through the back door.
I agree. That Yasuo pick really did dividends. If you think about the role that experience plays in League of Legends, that really is so important, because one of the things we mentioned was that even though he was so ahead on CS for most of the game, he wasn't really having the impact that you tend to imagine that a Diamond Yasuo would. But that one Wit's End, that one item which provides magic resist, ends up nullifying so much of the damage that all of the other team was doing. And so then, once he was able to get that, and once he was able to get Immortal Shield Bow, his Mythic online, then that's when he took over. And that Quadra kill in the bot lane is really, really, that was so devastating. And so, the one thing that I think I'd really like to see between Foxton and Ragnarok here is a champion with some CC. Like, if the other team has a carry, do nothing like a diva following a tracer. Like, just make that player's life miserable. Use CC on them, stop them from taking over a game. That is one of the fail-proof methods in League of Legends, is if a character is taking over, you CC them until they uninstall.
Yeah, still waiting on some lobby issues to be concluded right now, as we are potentially looking towards draft in just a moment. And again, I think for draft theory right now, if you're just learning League of Legends, I think right now this current meta in pro play is probably the easiest drafting meta to learn. Very shoehorned on picks, very much the archetypes are set for each lane right now in pro play. In terms of your jungler, Def's usually going to be an AD fighter, Viego, Jinja, Lee Sin, that kind of stuff. Your ADCs right now are very much like, you can't get Caitlyn, you can't get Jinx. Well, you have Jennifer Elios. It's just very standard right now. So if you guys are looking to learn how drafts work, go head over and you watch like LCS, LEC, LPL, LCK. There's plenty of code streams that also walk through drafts and kind of talk about them. So definitely a lot of ways to learn currently in League.
Yeah, and one of the big things that you can always do is, when in doubt, you run lethal tempo. That every champion, every player comes into the game and you can customize your runes, and they're basically small things that kind of let you decide some extra small things that won't entirely change your champion, but it will change a lot of the way you play. And so lethal tempo, coming into now season 12 of League of Legends, is something that once you start auto attacking, you progressively ramp up your attack speed. And so that's what we saw with this Yasuo in the past game, is that once you start using your abilities, then you can just go so fast and you can pump out so much damage. And so I'm curious to see about what kind of champions will show up in this game. Like you mentioned, in the jungle, there's a lot of melee champs. The Viego, the Lee Sin. And so right here, it seems that we've started off the ban process with the Zac and with the Pyke. Tell me what you think about the Zac and the Pyke bans.
There's going to be. I hate playing against Zac. I hate playing against Pyke. I hate playing against Yasuo. I'm going to ban them out. Not none of these are particularly like strong. I think Yasuo is the most meta pick that they've kind of banned out, in the sense that it's has some space in pro play. But again, I don't think that has any bearing on this tournament, on triathlon and whatever. I mean, these players are going to play what they're used to, what they're comfortable with. Some of them have only been playing like ARAMs recently. So who knows how experienced people are against certain matchups, but definitely Pyke Lucian ban, that reeks to me. I just don't like playing against Pyke Lucian in lane. So we're going to get those out of there. We'll see how these bans kind of go up. I think it starts getting interesting once you go to picks, more so than bans, because these seem like, I'm going into ranked, what is my permaban?
Yeah, I have to agree that I think most champions who play regularly have a pretty good understanding of something that they've played against and never want to play again. Perhaps Ragnarok was familiar with the Yasuo that I just never want to play this champion. So at this level, obviously teams aren't, pros in drafting. They're not necessarily banning meta picks. They're more focused on things that just don't feel very fun to play against. Like this Tahm Kench, for example. That champion is absolutely horrible to play against. So good on them for banning it.
That
as
was
the
the
first
top
pick
laner.
comes in.
That was
Yeah,
the top laner, got beat up by a
100%.
Tahm Kench one time and was like, no, we're banning this champion.
Yeah, the Tahm Kench incident lives on forever in that player's mind. 100%.
Yeah, we're seeing Diana gonna be the first pick here for Ragnarok. Can go jungle, is primarily in jungle right now, um, but can go mid lane. Traditionally was a mid laner. Can go top lane, potentially. That's also an option, but primarily going to be a jungler these days.
Yeah, right here, the Diana's looking spicy. The Ahri, I'm sure that's a mid lane pick, and so a Diana Ahri combo, the mid lane and jungle are typically some of your champions that want to play around each other, and they both do AP, they both do magic damage. That's one of the things that we were looking at last game, is that if you have too many champions that all do the same kind of damage, it gets really easy to itemize against. And so, but however, the Ahri and the Diana both do at least some decent CC, and especially this Malphite. That is a champion that does an incredible amount of CC.
This entire top side is now AP. If you are going to be the mid laner, top laner, or jungler, I want to see Mook Treads. I just need to see Mook Treads.
Yeah, absolutely. You really do want to build something that resists magic if you are the set, and if you are whatever jungler and mid laner coming out from Fox Den, as we see the Ashe Nami bot lane. So that's interesting. Ashe is another ADC, another bot laner that really does a decent amount of CC. She's also somewhat oppressive to play against in lane. And the Nami pick is an interesting one. You can really kind of show off your mechanics with this champion in the bot lane, as we see some more bans going out and forth. We see another Caitlyn ban that you were mentioning before the last game, that Caitlyn is another really meta, really oppressive champion. So it's no mystery that they banned it out. They also banned out Ezreal, which is interesting. And so I'm not sure why Ragnarok would ban out Ezreal, given that it appears Fox Den has already picked their ADC.
You know,
But I'm no pro. Who knows? Maybe they are.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is.
I was gonna say they're. I've seen some Ezreal mid picks before, and it can actually be pretty intense. Ezreal's a champion that, oddly enough, can build lots of different items and run them pretty effectively, because he's another like AP kind of mana dependent champ. So an interesting ban, but it looks like Fox Den didn't ban in one of their ones, and then Ragnarok comes out and uses Zed on their last ban, which is always an easy, somewhat of a layup.
Yeah. And right now we're going to be seeing kind of what Fox Den wants to go with for potentially the mid lane. That's going to be the jungler. Viengo is a gun jungler currently. There was a debate for a while when he first came out. What is this guy? What does he do? Well, ended up in the jungle role, as most champions do if they don't have a clear direction. Just throw him in the jungle. Just throw him in the jungle.
Yeah, Viego was one of the champions that you were mentioning beforehand, and Viego is a champion that functions a lot like Yasuo from last game. Although he's in the jungle and not in lane, he's a melee champion. He does a lot of quick, in-your-face attacks, and he heals himself a lot, and his ultimate is pretty devastating. Viego's passive is certainly the most interesting thing about him, and then if he contributes to a kill, within the next couple of seconds, there's a window where he can jump in and now become the champion that he just killed. So if this Viego, for example, kills the Misfortune, he can, if he chooses to, become Misfortune. He takes her items and then her abilities and can do damage and act as Viego. And now this Fizz is another really interesting pick. A big assassin, a big kit, and a little champion.
Yeah, and I think right now what I want to see, hey, set, Mook Treads, Fizz, Mook Treads. Oh, Fizz is a little interesting. You can go Magic Pen Boots, but I think at some point it's like, maybe we just don't even go Magic Pen Boots against this much magic damage, against this much CC. Viego, Mook Treads, it is a lot of magic damage on the enemy team. 4 AP, and then Misfortune isn't the highest damage like ADC auto attacker you could have had right there, you know? So very interesting to see that this could just be a game where this set becomes nigh unkillable at some point, with enough MR stacked on top of it. Viego as well can go Wit's End, just like that Yasuo did. Can go that Wit's End and kind of become a lot tankier through that. And again, it just seems like it's a concept that is not as intuitive, but it's like stacking too much of a damage type on your team is quite devastating at times.
Yeah, so this is Ragnarok is kind of halfway between what we were thinking about last game because they still have all AP. However, they have so much CC. Diana has some pretty strong CC. Ari has lots of CC. Malphite is a giant mountain that charges headfirst into you and knocks you all up. Lux is one of the most oppressive champions in the game. She can do so much burst damage and also do so much CC. But that's still 4 AP champions, and so if Foxden can itemize correctly, I think they're gonna end up being pretty strong.
Yep, should be pretty strong for them. And as well, and let's just look at the bot lane matchup. It's going to be 2 poke. Lux was watching, going to be poking out this Ashe Nami, but the Ashe Nami have the range to kind of deal with it, have the sustain to deal with it. This is not a lane where, if this was like, let's say, I don't know, a Phelios Thresh, not even Phelios Thresh, Phelios like Leona maybe. Like that, the Phelios Leona are going to get hard poked at many points in that lane. It's going to be hard for them to play the game, but right now I think this Nami Ashe should have a pretty easy time of it.
Yeah, I agree. And you look at Foxden's roster as we're talking about like AP versus AD. Set's attack damage in Viego is quite a lot of attack damage. Fizz does so much AP damage. He's such a burst-oriented kind of assassin player. And then Ashe and Nami are a pretty even split. Nami does AP, and I'm pretty sure that Ashe is mostly AD.
Yeah, mostly AD. Her art is magic.
Yeah. And so off the bat, I have to agree with you that this is going to be a very poke-centric bot lane. Fizz versus Ari is a largely skill-dependent matchup. Fizz's E allows him to basically get out of the way of any CC. He becomes untargetable for a couple seconds, and so if he can hold that for Ari's E, which is a little ability that charms you, it kind of locks you in, then this Fizz is going to kind of do whatever he wants in mid lane. But with the Diana and Viego jungle, both are pretty snowball-oriented champs that if they get a lead, they're going to take it and run with it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is anybody's game.
Yeah, I think something that would be really funny, that I think would be really cool if we saw in one of these games, is like if a team just went like, hey, we don't really want to play the game, so we just want to play champions that are just all about our ultimates, like Nocturne, Karthus, Malphite kind of thing. And they just that's all they did. That'd be so funny. You could just go.
That would be.
That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, no, that'd be a really interesting social experiment to see which ultimates. I do nothing, I don't engage, I don't play, and then boom, I ult. You could definitely put Ashe into that.
Yeah.
Like you could put a Twisted Fate into that. You might be able to put a Xerath into that. It's just like champions who are basically ult bots.
Yeah. Should be getting into games shortly here. Timer is winding down. Hopefully don't run into any more of those same issues we had last time. Praying the Riot client goes smoothly, which 75% of the time it doesn't, so it should be a bit difficult on that one. And I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how this game does end up playing out. Basically, with like the players we see and all that, I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be a skill matchup. I think most of these games are going to come down to a skill matchup. Irrelevant of the comp, I think it is going to come down to a skill matchup.
Yeah, I have to agree that none of these team comps really scream advantage to me. Both have a decent amount of CC, although Ragnarok has an incredible amount of it. Both of them have really good damage coming out from various carry-oriented heroes, so I have to agree, it's going to be a skill matchup between these two and seeing who can utilize some of their ults better.
Yep. And as we load in, no issues this time. We're seeing quite an interesting story. It's going to be Set going for Doran's Blade into this Malphite instead of a potential Doran's Shield, because some Malphites like to go Q with Comet, just poke you out of lane, but this Malphite decides differently. Going to be going for that Grasp.
Yeah, it goes for the Grasp and for the Corrupting Potion, which is pretty interesting. So this bot lane is going to be pretty spicy back and forth. You're right, he is running the Grasp, and so he probably is building more of a tank build as opposed to like an AP-centric build. So he might not be one-shotting any back lanes today, but you know, you never know. If he can get the right one off onto a Nami or onto an Ashe, that might be it still might be devastating.
Yeah. And we're gonna be seeing who ends up coming ahead in the multiple lanes. Very skilled matchup mid. both poke lanes in the bot lane. I could see it easily going the way of the Misfortune Lux. It's just the easier stuff to hit, easier stuff to manage. But it could go the way of the Ashe Nami. It just depends on how they play it. So, gonna be interesting to see in the end of the day who comes up on top in these individual lanes. As the poke in the mid lane is going to be the biggest issue for the Fizz, not staying where that Q can hit them.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's gonna be pretty even, I think, back and forth, and I'm very excited to see who ends up coming away with this, especially in this mid matchup as a mid player myself.
Yep. And right now, top lane gonna be going for the early E. Not doing much with it. I'm pretty sure Set just beats Malphite up level 1. But not going to be going any further with that trade. Instead, going to be the Nami walking up to get double tapped right there. A little bit of crit damage coming through. It's going to be interesting to see how jungle pathing is. It's going to be for the Diana, just red Raptors into a blue, into the top side. For Viego, going to be full clearing, it seems like. Full clearing has been pretty strong lately, especially ones that can do it fast. That's why you see a lot of AD fighters here, because they can, 1, they have good ganking potential, 2, they have good dueling potential, and 3, they can clear relatively fast.
Yeah, an interesting thing about this top matchup is that Malphite's Q is that little rock. It's point and click, so you don't have to aim it correctly at all, and it steals movement speed. And so Set, who wants to get in your face, who wants to just punch you in the face, Malphite can actually disengage pretty easily if used correctly, that you can kind of use the Q and then run away. Although right here, like we're saying, Set is just getting these auto attacks out on, forces the flash at 3 minutes.
Yep, there it is, and this Nami is extremely low, taking all of this poke. That heal seems like it's going to be just going to get forced out very soon, and already we see top side going the way of the Set, the top lane going the way of the Set, the bot lane going the way of the Misfortune and Lux.
Yeah, right here, early game is always pretty back and forth, unless something absolutely crazy happens. And so far, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen any teams try to invade. Try and get some like cheeky level 1 plays off just to kind of go crazy with it. Although the Diana is now ganking this Set.
Does have the follow, does have the slow from the red buff. W should be nice thing. I'm not gonna say that name. I'm not gonna say it. But the Set, I just realized what it was. I'm not gonna say it. But the Set there gonna be going down very low. Gonna have to force the flash out, and didn't have to force the Diana flash. So really well played there from the Diana to force out that flash.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Set had to do it. I guess if he W'd, he thought that he might not be safe enough to do it, which makes sense. Set's W kind of holds all the damage up that you take over a certain amount of... And there you go, yep.
He's a little dead. Just going to be coming in there, Viego, with the mist, as well as that stun of his own. All you really need for a dead Malphite. That's the recipe for that one. As in this bot lane, it seems like the Nami has been allowed play the game once again and heal up. So, good for them.
Yeah, so Fox then with the first blood. And that's going to be so valuable for the Set, who's really just looking to fight and engage any way you can. Malphite opts for the boots first buy, which is an interesting choice. But ultimately, you can never really go wrong with more movement speed.
No, never really go wrong. It's kind of something you see into very specific lanes, like if you're into a Karthus, for example, in the bot lane, or you're into something like a Xerath Lux, you will go, or Varus Lux, or Varus Xerath, you will go boots first item, first start on Jhin, or even other AD carries, just because you have to have the movement speed to dodge those skill shots that you don't have if you don't have boots. You just literally can't dodge them if you don't have the boots. So that's something where the movement speed is very important, but into a Set, not all that impressive or important.
Yeah, that it doesn't make that much of a difference. Is right here, CS differences starting to accumulate. Jungle pretty even. Top is actually pretty low on either side, but Set still has the kill, which puts him ahead. And also, this mid CS difference is really.
Oh.
And that was kind of a wild back and forth. So the Fizz does have the 20 CS difference. He flashes in and uses ult as the Ahri is able to escape. Doesn't have ult yet, but ultimately nothing too much comes out of it.
Yeah, kind of odd there in the mid lane. Fizz had Ignite, and could have got that kill instead of going to be having the flash out right there. Had the level advantage, like you said, from not CSing from being by those minions more. Had the level advantage and could have gotten that kill. And see, Set here has stacked the wave up a level right now, and it's only going to grow bigger in the CS difference as well. They're not going to be able to CS all these minions under this turret perfectly, especially with the Set getting in there trying to stop it. And in the bot lane, a nice turn. Despite the gank, turns around, kills the Nami, who is low. But now we have a fight here. Diana looking for the kill. Misfortune's here to help. No flash here on this Viego, but not gonna matter. Scene Silva just gonna walk right out of there, but gonna give up the dragon for it.
Yeah, I appreciate the trigger discipline by Psycholinguistic to not flash in and follow up. Sometimes it can be so tantalizing. You see your low health target, you just want to get after them and get the kill, but ultimately they make the right decision, come back, take dragon, and keep the game going. Well played.
Yep, and now it's kind of in a lull phase right now. Dragon's just been taking the Diana, and the Viego should be looking for resets very shortly. After this top crab is taken, the Viego should be looking to reset, and the Diana, after this blue buff is stolen, should be looking to reset as well. Once the junglers are off of the map, it starts to quiet down a little bit, but it's going to be a flash and a heal expended right there for the Ashe. No sums used by the bot lane of Ragnarok, and that has just been kind of the name of the game. This bot lane has been absolutely getting pushed in.
Yeah, and we're watching firsthand why I think top lane is by far the most punishing lane to play in, as there's action all over the Rift right now in every part of it.
It's a kill in the bot lane and in that jungle. I mean, the Fizz is going to escape with their life as well, using that E. And in the top lane could be more damage. Now the Ashe rooted up again. There's just action all over the place. Fights are just happening one after another. And somehow, in the end of it all, 1-for-1, despite 2 different fights happening in 2 different 2v2s.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. If you look at Fizz's itemization right now, they have the Dark Seal, the little ring-looking thing with the number on it. Every time you get a kill or an assist, you get another stack, and for every stack, you get extra AP. It's an item that you build if you're confident that you can get ahead and get kills. And it's already working out. It's already looking pretty well. And the Misfortune and the Lux both have kills for the bot lane. So you really love to see that if you're Ragnarok.
Interesting. Ult there from Lux doesn't hit anything. I was gonna say interesting the Set going for the pickaxe here first. Normally, if you just go like a lot of Set damage just comes from the fact that their Q and their passive just do extra true damage and such, but as I say that, Ashe is going to take a lot of damage to the bot lane. Press the attack is going to get proc, and the ult is available for Misfortune, but not enough mana to cast it. It could have been a dead Ashe if there was, but interesting that the Set is going to go for more damage-rated build. I think that could fall off of them.
Yeah, and I'm looking at all the rosters. I'm looking at the gold that everyone has. As Malphite ults in and gets the Diana gank.
Onto the Set here. Going to be ulting away, but that's kind of a desperation right there. A desperation ult there from the Set doesn't save their life, and the Malphite walks away with the kill.
Yeah, really, really clean ultimate and follow-up by the Diana as mid and jungle look to counter gank here.
Oh, there it is. The counter gank coming in. That's an easy kill for the Fizz to pick up. 2-0 now, 4 stacks on that Dark Seal like you mentioned. And this just mid-jungle difference could just blow this game wide open here for the Foxes.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say before all the madness started happening in top lane, is that right now I'm kind of seeing some differential pop up in what characters are hoping to carry for their team. Right now for Ragnarok, you see an insane lead in CS and gold in the bot lane, but their mid and their top are looking to climb ahead. And so right now it's going to be who can play better around their carries, and I'm intrigued to find out who can do that. As right now, Shelly, the Rift Herald, charges in and is going to take down some turret plates, get some extra gold.
Yeah, and really just for both these teams right now, it's going to be interesting to see who ends up becoming that big carry, like you said. For one team, it's going to be Fizz, and Fizz can have some issues in late game team fights if they blow their cooldowns, especially their ultimate on one target, and that target doesn't die, target dodges it, or the cooldowns just go wide. That Fizz is now kind of a useless character in the fight, unless they are so insanely fed that it doesn't matter. But that could end up being the point, but it can kind of be an issue if that Fizz does mess up in a late game team fight. The team fight could just be over if they're the only damage threat.
Yeah, if Fizz can use their abilities on the right carries, then it's perfect. Then it's wonderful. You absolutely burst them. We've already seen him do that against the Diana. Right there, Diana engages with the ult and forces the flash.
Flash is forced, but then it can still get the kill here. Red buff ticking down. Going to be the kill right there from the red buff. Now it's Nami wandering into their death potentially. Doesn't have that flash available. Not even going to use that exhaust. Fizz coming to clean it up. Baby Demon is now just gone. The Lux loses their life. Diana, no flash to speak of. Could try to get out with the W here, but the Ashe ult's going to stop that in its tracks. The ult here from Misfortune to try and stop the Fizz from finishing their teammate off, but it's just not even close to enough. Fizz going to walk away with too much HP, and a really nice play, and Fizz is here becoming the carry. Almost full stacks on that Dark Seal.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were both saying just as it was starting, that Fizz comes in and he uses his abilities, and then before you know it, the screen is black and white, you're in the fountain, it's all over for you. And Ashe does a really nice job of following up with their ultimate, that giant arrow that stuns you and holds you in place to let Fizz get even more kills. He already has his mythic and we're only 12 minutes in.
Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing how this team wants to play around this Fizz. I mean, your Fizz is fed. Play around the fact that your Fizz can just kind of one-shot anyone on the enemy team. Diana walking up like this, doesn't know where the Fizz is. That's pretty dangerous. Gonna be going forward though onto this Nami. Nami still has the exhaust available for anyone. Ult gonna go wide as well. Viego gonna walk back in. Every time they're gonna try and find a kill here. Fizz is here as well. There's one kill. Trying to go pick up that body, get some HP back. Misfortune now strutting their stuff around, looking for the dragon. And that's going to be dangerous stuff here for Ragnarok if they want to walk into this, especially because that Fizz is still around. Doesn't have the ultimate, but one EQW combo could dispel the doom.
Yeah, right here. There you go. Foxden was doing a good job of grouping around. They want to take the dragon, and Ragnarok kind of lurking around, seeing if they can get something done, and ultimately they don't. And so, well played by both sides. Good on Foxden to take the dragon. Good on Ragnarok to disengage when they know they shouldn't fight.
Yeah. And right now it's going to be, does that Dark Seal become Magi's? Basically, upgraded Dark Seal allows for more stacks, gives more AP, a bunch of other benefits as well. I would say, yeah, just go for it. You'd lose more if you have the Magi's, but man, honestly, at this point, I don't really see how they're going to stop you unless you really mess up.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Fizz and you look at Ragnarok's roster, who's going to stop you? You know, later on, once you get to like the serious team fighting phase, the Malphite might ult you, and if you can layer the rest of the CC well, then that's great. And honestly, it's probably worth it because you get to pick and choose which of the enemy members you want to just control alt delete from the lobby.
Yeah. Just control alt delete from the lobby. Yeah, that's kind of basically explains it. And it's gonna be how they feel as in the top lane. So that's gonna go up the kill here. Does find the W going forward. A lot of damage coming through. Malphite R does hit, but not gonna do a lot of damage. Could still follow up with that Q. Doesn't. Ends up being if the bot lane is under pressure from this Viego, but is it gonna result in much? Not particularly, as the Viego just walks away. The Fizz looking for some action, but not gonna find it just yet.
Yeah, so the Malphite did flash away, and it ultimately saved their life, but really to what effect is right now, it looks like Foxden is grouping up, trying to put some more pressure on the mid lane. Fizz dives in.
Fizz dives in, half HP off even through that shield, but not going to be able to follow up. Not close enough to find the EQW, not close enough to get the rest of the damage to the combo gun. If he had, that's a dead GG.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right here, Set knows that that Ragnarok is trying to take this second Rift Herald, and they just kind of burst down the Malphite immediately. They do take the Rift Herald, but
a lot of kills going back and forth. The Fizz is here. Not going to be able to clean it up. Now in the bot lane, Ashe and Nami are under threat. Can they win this? Fortune still at half HP. They can do this, especially if they walk up with this Nami. If Nami walks up right now, exhaust Misfortune, they could have gotten that kill. Instead, not going to go for it. They still have the Ashe Crystal Arrow in case they want to go anywhere near aggressive, but they're just a bit too scared, not confident to take out this Misfortune, who is 70 CS up. So, you know, maybe that's something to consider.
yeah, I think Ragnarok really need to play around this Misfortune just like that. They're able to catch the Nami out in front, use the Lux ult, use the Misfortune ult, and come away with a kill. They're about 2k gold down right now, and taking that Rift Herald is going to be very helpful, although Fizz lurking, coming into the bot lane looking to get some free gold.
Here's some free gold for you. Misfortune's now dead. Say goodbye to them as they exit the rift. Now it's onto the Lux. Doesn't have that flash available. Crystal Ale as well. Going to be a quick kill for that Fizz. And going to be eating out. Now, Malphite engaging the top side. Does find the R on the Viego. Can they get out? Viego does not have that ult available. He's going to have to use that flash instead. Set looking for the W. Not charged up. Not going to do any amount of damage right there. And now the Set is looking for another kill. Viego is going in, but is super low. The Santa can find a kill with the ult right here. And a little bit of hubris there from the Viego results in a double kill coming out for Ragnarok. And a little bit of trolling from the top side has now given some ability to make some space on the top side of this map.
Yeah, and Hubert is right. He has Divine Sunder, he has the lead, and Malphite doesn't even have his Mythic yet, and so it is tough. And it on paper, you know, it looks like a good play, and then you come away with it, and the Diana hits a perfect ult and really does a good job at getting them the double kill on top side.
Yep, and again, it's going to come down to this Fizz, who has upgraded to that Medjai's, is going to be going for more and more kills. Here it is. The first Medjai stack to be coming through is going to be from the Malphite. There's 4 more. That's more AP in the bag. And it's just going to be, how can we let Bernie go around and kill as many people as possible?
And it does look like Bernie is just kind of doing whatever he wants on this rift. He has 8 kills in 17 minutes. He has a CS lead, despite the fact that he's barely been in lane. Has the Ludens, has a very highly stacked Magi's, and has Stopwatch. So if he finds himself in trouble, he basically gets a get out of jail free card, and hopefully, you know, his team can come in and save him if he gets in trouble. But right now, he's looking pretty unstoppable on that Fizz.
Yep, right now, pretty unstoppable is the name of the game. Going to be going for the Dragon down here. CP is going to come in from Malphite. That Mountain Dragon, good is dead. Diego's going to try to walk in. Don't know if they can find the Smite. Is going to get charmed up. Should be their life gone. Doesn't find the Smite. Now going to have to run for their life. Should be looking to ult out, but no. They are good. Yeah, they're basically just gone. The Fizz is going to be coming in here. There's a Stopwatch. Very good counter. Shoot that Fizz ult.
Stopwatch.
But now Stopwatch is gone until that Zonius is now fully built.
Yeah, really done by Psycholinguistic to hold the Smite and get it timed correctly, and to Stopwatch onto the Fizz ult. Ooh, right now Bastius ults in, gets the crazy Malphite ult, they take the tower, and come away with an Omni kill.
Yeah, this is another one of the situations where it just looks like it's a little bit too much. The team play here so far from Ragnarok has been a bit superior. It just happens that Bernie has the kills and not as much guys.
Yeah, and I think that's we're gonna see a little bit of a mirror as the last match. It looks like Ragnarok is playing together better as a team. They don't have any one champion who's taking over the game, and also you have a crazy fed Fizz who can kind of kill anyone whenever they want. And so it really is going to come down to who can execute better. Especially look at all of the free pressure that Set is getting in the top lane, and that kind of allows Fizz the freedom that Diana can't come stop him mid-wave. And so Fizz now is looking and can kind of pressure them off.
Set continues to use this W very early. It's not how Set W works. How it works is the more damage you take, the larger that bar under his health bar builds up. The higher that is, the more damage that W will do, and the bigger shield it will give. So, if the Set starts to like let that W fill up before using it, could actually have gotten a couple more kills this game.
Yeah, so both teams still pretty even. Only a 1k gold deficit in favor of Foxden. There's a 1 dragon lead. There's just not. There's no. This is still very much anybody's game here. But it does look like Ragnarok are really grouping well. They understand who their carry is. That Andrew Soros Rex here on the Misfortune is going to be someone who's doing a lot of their damage. Psycholinguistic on this Diana also doing a lot of damage, and they're playing around those champions effectively. Whereas Fizz is a champion that it's a lot harder to set up. Ashe has been doing a great job hitting those arrows and engaging, but Fizz is a champion that you go in, you use your abilities, and then you hope they're all dead. And it looks like we're going to put that to the test here.
Ooh, there it is. Misfortune. Biggest target here for Fizz. Does end up using the full combo on it, including the flash. So that's now 2 kills down. Baron is available. Diana's still up, however. That's still in potential. Especially if everyone's grouping that Baron. Diana coming in with that ultimate could be quite dangerous, but it looks like they'll just be backing up for now. And the Baron has been called potentially I don't know. They want to start. Nope, not even gonna go for the Baron. It seems.
Yeah, 21 minutes. The Baron spawns at 20 minutes. I'd be really surprised if they're already going for it. But with the Fizz like this, who's to say? I mean, it wouldn't be the worst. Viego has such healing and so self-sustain. Nami provides healing. It wouldn't be unreasonable to think that they might try for it, but it does look like they're going to back off, go back to their lanes, try and feed or farm safely, excuse me, and try and maintain some of this like 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing right now is that, I mean, look at the gold difference between the Ashe and the Misfortune and the Set and the Melt, right? I mean, it's almost 100 between the both of them, and the difference of both of them, and that it's kind of just like stunting the other players. So the Misfortune, as compared to the Ashe, is way stronger, but the fact of the matter is, it's an Ashe, right? An Ashe is going to be useful if they can hit the R, if they can hit the slows. That's all the Ashe really needs to do. Doesn't need to do that much damage, especially when Fizz is going to pick that up. And Malphite, in the same vein, is just going to be useful if it hits the R. That's all they need to do. As right now, Nami's dead. Nami's dead. The flash is still going to result in their death right there, but still bought some time for that set on the top side.
Yeah, and from your support player, that's not really where you want to see them. You normally want to see them kind of following with whatever your carries are. You know, if that's Viego, you want to kind of guide Viego through the jungle, make sure that he can safely take his camps. If you're Fizz, you know, you really would love a Nami to kind of come around and help set up easy kills for you. Pushing a bot wave is not normally what you want to see them doing, as it looks like they're engaging in the jungle right now.
Yeah, there it is. It's Androsaurus Rex just walking forward. It's kind of been here as it is. When Bernie is the one that's going to be engaging, they have a lot of stuff going for them. However, every other time, mostly, it's just going to be Ragnarok. Okay, that's a bit odd, but still going to be the kill here. Can they make the 1v5? 5 people killing Bernie. 5 people to kill Bernie. They finally get him. He's gone, but Malphite's dead. Nami's gotten this kill for sure. Does the flash, a little bit too late. But still, they got the Fizz. The Magi stacks are now reduced.
Yeah, and so that's a great way to compensate if you're Ragnarok, that they did a good job at trying to pick the Viego out. Kind of like I was saying, that if the Nami was there and kind of providing some safety instead of pushing wave, the Viego might very well still be alive, and they might not have even had the opportunity to give that shutdown from the Fizz. However, they do, but they overcommit and are still able to come away with some kills. So ultimately, it's still pretty even.
Still pretty even indeed right now. The Viego going to be trying to farm up. And that's the first death now for Fizz. Still has 14 Magi stacks, still plenty of AP to work with, but still kind of slowing them down just a little bit. And right now, it seems like the ultra engage that can come out from Ragnarok has been paying off for them. People have been just walking into them time after time, and that's allowed them to get these picks and allowed Androsaurus Rex to become kind of a menace, along with Diana.
Yeah, this Diana has had some absolutely great engages, not just mechanically speaking, but really well timed, really well placed. So far, they've picked really good times to engage in the jungle when they realize that the Viego might be out of position. One thing I'm intrigued by is the fact that they only need one more Drake for Soul, and right now it's Mountain Soul, which isn't a crazy hyper-scaling kind of soul. That it's useful, but it's not the kind of lead that you'd like, as there's chaos here in mid lane.
Yep, picks going all the way in favor of the Foxes so far. Gonna be walking forward. Non-level not gonna find it. The slow comes out from Ashe, but no more to chase. Now the call comes for Baron. Everyone, 5 people heading up to get out the purple worm, trying to take them out and secure that buff for themselves. And that'll allow them the ability to siege these towers that they really desperately need this current moment.
Yeah, right here, Foxden already has the gold lead, and so they might say, you know what, we don't really care about Soul. We're just going to run through them in mid lane. Fizz is going to pop off. He has Zonya's up, and so we're going to take Baron and then try and push waves out and take some of these standing towers. All the bot towers still remain, which are just free gold for Foxden at this point. And so let's see how Ragnarok is able to kind of regroup and respond.
How are they able to respond? Indeed. Ragnarok so far has to be playing around this Malphite R, Diana R. That's the biggest combination currently that they can use to win out team fights. Whereas for Foxes, it's like, hey Bernie, go kill him. Go kill him. We'll help you. We'll back you up. But Bernie, go kill him. That's kind of how it's been, and that's how it's going to continue to be right now. Everyone else is kind of a supportive unit around Bernie Ash with the slows and the stun from the ultimate Nami, with the amount of enchanting and supporting they can do, and of course that Set being that big tank on the front line, trying to just soak up that damage. And Viego is kind of this weird thing where he's gonna help the Fizz kill people, but not nearly to the extent that Bernie is going.
Absolutely, absolutely. Viego provides a lot of reliable sustain. If you're in a team fight, you certainly can't ignore him. But you at least almost have time to react to him. That he's someone who's more of a fighter archetype. That he wants to keep the fight going, make it last a long time, because so much of his value comes from relatively short cooldowns and auto attacks. Whereas Fizz wants to get in, use his abilities, and get out.
Yeah, and wait for those cooldowns to reset. And yada yada. I don't know if Lux against Fizz is the best lane assignment you can have, but you know what? These teams are just gonna go out. If they're gonna have some fun, they're gonna try and get as many kills as they can. And the Diana here looking for the kill on the Fizz. There it is. Stopwatch can come out. Diana, stopwatching as well. Instant E from Bernie, but gonna be combined with the flash. They should live here. There's not enough chasing potential with that Lux and that Diana.
Lux does have ult now.
Yeah,
Let's see if she can hit it.
No,
and it looks like Fizz might have dodged out of the way with his E. So ultimately, no one really over-invests. It was a good attempt. You know, you need the shutdown. You can't have him push for free, but also good escape by the Fizz.
Good escape by the Fizz right there in the mid lane with the help of that Baron and Powered minions are going to be pushed through. Charm does come out. Viego, half HP. Nami going to keep them at that half HP threshold, but going to have to back out nonetheless. And Fizz back on the map. No flash, no Zonias, no R for just a couple seconds, and it's going to be the Set trying to get the kill on the top side of the game, top side of the map, but not going to be an effective kill because these Lux and Diana are here, and here it is. Set gonna get engaged upon, especially by this Diana. That grit coming out, a lot of damage. If they'd focused on the Malphite, could have probably gotten that kill, but instead, just gonna be their death secured.
Yeah, and so it was a good job by Ragnarok to kind of group up and get the kill, but Foxden will certainly take it, as now they have a free dragon as Fizz jumps in and almost one-shots the Misfortune, and now Foxden kind of gets dragon for free.
Yep, and that's going to be the dragon now coming over, denying the soul away from Ragnarok, exactly what they need. And that's going to be really good for them. That's going to be more time allowed for this Fizz to get strong, for Viego, for Set to get stronger. And the sad thing right now with the Ashe is that, like, just the fact that they're not CSing enough, I don't know how, it's going to take way too long for them to get strong. So just continue trying to be that ult supporting AD carry is what you can need to do.
Mm-hmm. One interesting thing that I would really love to see from Ragnarok is some anti-heal. Right now, Nami and Viego are both going to do so much sustaining in battle, and it doesn't look like they've bought any significant anti-heal. But I would love an item like the Mortal Reminder, maybe, or like some the Morello Nomicon to try and prevent some of the healing that's going to come out and make these team fights last forever. It's a really interesting comp from Foxden that you don't really know how to fight against them, because the Fizz is always lurking, always might dive in and absolutely one-shot you. But also, you have a pretty strong Viego in your face who does enough healing by himself, on top of a Nami who's going to do even more healing. So Ragnarok have quite the challenge ahead of them, especially at a 4k gold deficit.
Yep, and right now it's going to be topside control for the Foxes. They're going to be taking away this blue buff as well. Any other camps is more money in the pile. Set has stayed strong in the commitment to this top lane. Has been standing there the entire game, sending it down the entire time. Goodbye, luck. Good Nami. Nami, you're gone.
Oh.
Goodbye. The fish has been fried, and now the mid lane push can begin.
Yeah, good morning, hello, good night. That really was just
Goodbye,
absolutely
Ashe.
insane. And a good flash away from Octane on the Ashe as they are able to escape some of the Diana engage. And Fizz is here.
This is here. Ult goes into a stopwatch target. A really nice use of stopwatches so far. Now Bernie 7 no longer can kill anyone. You don't have ult. You don't have cooldowns either. I really would like to just see the set just start running at this Misfortune. Not much the Misfortune can do. You should win that a lot of the time, especially with that Gold Drinker available. But Bernie going to be going in, looking for the Diana. That's a lot of damage right there, but the stopwatch coming in. Stopwatch has been absolutely ruining Bernie's day. Gonna find the E, finding the Diana. Now looking for this Ori. Just gonna be trying to bait and switch with these cooldowns. Whenever they have the E up, they can go in.
Yeah, and that is the perfect example of what these two teams are both trying to do. Right there, Viego was there and he was fighting and he took forever, and they invested 2 ultimates into killing him because Fizz had already used all of their abilities and wasn't useful anymore. So the Fizz had to kind of dip out into the jungle, avoid some of the damage, and then they came back and used their abilities and killed the people who were standing there. So both teams are doing their best to kind of play to their win conditions, and right now this Fizz 13 kills. He has the spell shield, he has the 25 all stacks on the Magi's. This is
not bad.
This is brutal.
Now here's something. Are they aware that when Baron attacks people, it reduces the damage and also reduces your ammo? That's something that's like a nuanced thing about Baron, not people realize. So you should be letting your non-carries take aggro from the Baron, let the Baron hit them, because otherwise your carries that do the most damage are going to be doing reduced damage. So take that away from Bernie, let Bernie be unabated by that. And another thing, do you know why Katarina gets so many pentakills around Baron?
Tell me why Katarina gets so many pentakills.
Because Baron debuffs your team's magic resistance, so Katarina can go in, kill someone. Once they get that one takedown, they spiral to the next one. That is why Katarina gets so many pentakills around Baron, because your magic resistance is way lower, and you don't have any defense against their damage.
Yeah, and so if later down the line Ragnarok is trying to take Baron, they best beware of the Fizz, because he is most certainly going to come into the back line, open the door, take your wife, take your kids, take everything. He is so powerful right now.
Yeah, and right now in mid lane, they're going to be going forward looking for the Diana. Going to be going out of Misfortune, walking up just a little bit too close. There's no Bernie. There's no Bernie, no win. That's how they say it in the business. Going to be going for a tower dive on this Malphite, but that turret is going to dissuade that. Going to be a lot of damage going on that turret, though. Again, these stopwatch targets are going to be the bane of Bernie's existence. As stopwatch himself, he's going to have to use it eventually. Uses it just there. Has the E back off cooldown. Going to be using it to kill the Diana. Now, waiting. Has to flash over. Malphite was pushed out of the fight. Still has the R, though, when he comes back for the set. But this absolute parade of Baron minions is going to be the death of this base if it's not stopped shortly.
Yeah, and that's what we were saying, that Fizz is so powerful. He can kind of completely take on a team by himself at this point, especially with the Zanyas, which can give him some relief in the middle of a fight. But Ragnarok came away with it. They won when Fizz wasn't nearby. It's just when Bernie is in the area that he is doing so much damage and absolutely just has so much kill threat. So good on him for getting ahead. Interestingly enough, Foxden is only 1 kill ahead of Ragnarok, but they are nearly about 4,000 gold up. And so if Bernie's in the area, it's a problem.
Just basically trying to just deny Soul away from Ragnarok, try and stop them from getting that Dragon Soul, because once the Dragon Soul gets secured, it's gonna be a lot harder for Bernie to get those kills. So I'm gonna need a good smite here from Silver. That's Stolen Drake. That's a Stolen Drake. As soon as that Lexar comes out, just too much damage to be coming out, and Silver could even be losing their life. Now that ult Dragon Soul has been secured, very hard now for Bernie to do his shenanigans.
Yeah, so great ult by Demon Baby. Really nice team play to keep them in it. That's what we were saying. Ragnarok is doing such a good job of trying to play together as a team. But what do when there's a 15 kill phase? There's just not much you can do when it comes to a fight, but hopefully this Mountain Soul is going to do a lot to kind of ease the pressure off.
Trying to make Bernie reduce his impact as much as possible. But now the Rabadons has been secured. That's a full build Fizz right there. That Magi's, as long as it stays at 25 stacks, is more useful than any other item he could pick up in terms of raw AP. So he's not going to be swapping that Magi's out for anything anytime soon. Could maybe swap out his boots for a Void Staff, but then again, the characters who he's fighting don't have a lot of MR stacked up, that's when the voice up starts getting more effective because it does percent pen instead of just base pen like the Boots. So Boots is still more effective right now, and Icy is just dead. Icy is dead, and so is this Viego right here, but at least they've gotten cooldowns out for Bernie to come and clean up if he does so desire. They're going to be trying to walk in. Ash is also now dead. The set, don't think they can 1v4, and Bernie's not finding enough on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, really well done by Ragnarok, continuing to understand, oh, we send Misfortune into the bot lane to try and contest Bernie a little bit and realize, oh, he's not here. We win then. And then they go in and are able to get some really nice picks from this Diana, from this Ahri, that they are really doing a good job. They take out the Nami, they take out the Ashe, and they take out the Viego. So it looks like this this Mountain Soul is really helping out. As Fizz was kind of hesitant to dive on the Misfortune in the bot lane. Right now, they're taking this turret for free.
I can't even one-shot them off right now. Too much AP. Bernie's now a sad Fizz. Bernie has gotten to the point of the game where Fizz simply does not one-shot everyone on the enemy team anymore, especially once these stopwatches have come in. But doesn't need to one-shot them if he can two-shot them, you know?
Yeah, he is a sad Fizz, but he's not going out quietly. That they're able to pick up the kill onto Psycholinguistic on the Diana as they're trying to disengage. Right now, it doesn't look like there are any huge objectives up on the map, and so they're gonna have to just do their best to farm and kind of keep these lane states where they want them. Looks like they might try and get a pick onto Demon Baby, kind of left out in the top lane.
Goodbye, Demon Baby. Baby Demon. Whatever you are. Same thing. Wait, huh?
Oh, well.
Wait.
Hits the double root.
The outplay? No. Stalling a lot. Their team is running for them. I don't think that's gonna matter. Doesn't one-shot the Fizz because of the Banshee's Veil, but you know, the amount of time they've stalled out of these two players, that's good enough. That's good enough.
Yeah, ideally you would like to have some players in the area that if you're pushing out some of this wave like she was doing in top lane, then ideally you don't want to do that if your team is nowhere to be found. So it's unfortunate and also pretty entertaining. Good job to hold it out for as long as she did. Although this Fizz is just, at this point, one of the interesting things is that he's actually so fed that giving kills to him doesn't really matter anymore. It's probably better for Ragnarok to give kills to the Fizz so that the other team doesn't get the gold.
Bye, set. Don't think you win this one. Androsaurus Rex and the Fizz ult goes wide. Fizz now very sad once again. Can they get the one shot still? We have the Diana coming up here. Once he runs into this Viego, could start to pop the R. Looking for the R plus stopwatch combo. Doesn't find it because the stopwatch is off cooldown. They're going to have the third Baron, I believe, of the game now available for Foxes. But will it be enough to end the game?
I will have to see. Ragnarok is currently down their jungler, so not having smite makes it really hard to contest. It looks like Androsaurus Rex on this Misfortune might come around and try something cheeky, but looks like ultimately is going to decide against it and just get out safely.
Yep, and now the reset has come in. Next thing is to fight for is going to be this dragon. It's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening around it. The Elder Dragons is basically decides the game. It's impossible, not impossible, extremely unlikely to lose a team fight when you have Elder Dragon on. The only way you can really beat an Elder Dragon is if you have, for example, a really fed assassin that one-shots a person, gets out, and then goes back to one-shot another person. You just repeat that 5 times. But
oh man, I can't even imagine what that would look like. If only there were a champion who were doing that in this game right now. And interesting, so Fizz is going by himself. It doesn't look like he's particularly worried about getting caught out. The rest of Ragnarok not really engaging on this. It looks like they're going to go try and take the 4v4, which even with a Baron empowered wave, I think they win.
Yep, there it is. Malphite goes through. Androsaurus Rex picks up a kill. Andrew's now gone, and Bernie is here. The Baron giving the extra AP they need. This could be the end of the game, as they're going to be walking it down mid. They have these Baron empowered minions. If they can get past the Diana, no. Instead, the pings are coming down. They want this dragon. Now it's going to be, can Set survive this? If Set can survive this, get the Elder Dragon on top of themselves, and then continue the fight down up there, this could be close to the finishing acts of the game.
Yeah, I guess I understand it. You don't really have a wave in a great spot, but I mean, it's never a bad thing to take the Elder, don't get me wrong. And I'm sure that they could have gone in and gotten some more kills, took some inhibitors out, but looks like they think they can just take the Elder back and then do the exact same thing. Now that they have Elder, it looks like they're not really worried about winning team fights.
Yeah. And it's going to be interesting how they play around this. What is the game plan change at all? Baron plus Elder, two of the biggest boss stacked on top of each other. This mid turret is almost gone, but they're gonna get the Baron cannon before it takes it out. Set is rotating down, looking for the team fight. Gonna get engaged upon. Diana wants it. Not gonna find it just yet. Layering the CC. Malphite R goes wide, and this could be the beginning of the end. Bernie is by themselves in the bot lane, however, typically they need Bernie to win out these fights, but with the Elder Dragon, that's not the case. It's gonna be the stopwatch having to be extended by Diana there if they don't want to get executed by the Elder Dragon. Androsaurus Rex is rotating over to try and stop this as Bernie takes the bottom turret. Nami goes extremely low once again, but that's gonna be all your inhibs gone. Once that happens, two super minions spawn per wave, and Bernie minion didn't need help executing people before, but Elder Dragon doesn't care if you need it or not. It's gonna give you that help no matter what. So this game is done and dusted, it would seem, unless a miracle can occur. That's the beginning of it if you lose the Viego, plus the Comet Snipe onto the Nami. I mean, that already is gone, but still, it's definitely, you have the ability to block them out. If this Fizz doesn't get on top of you though with that Elder, it could just be over.
Yeah, Baby Demon is hitting some really nice abilities, really good skill shots, really good ult placement. She's doing everything she can to try and keep them out of the base, and for now it works. Unfortunately, Ragnarok has had all three inhibitors destroyed and is basically in jail. They have to sit in the base, they have to clear out the waves of super minions that are coming, while Foxden can kind of go and do whatever they want. They can farm jungle, they can take more waves, they can prepare for objectives as they come up, although none are on the way. This is pretty much Foxden's game to lose. I don't see what they could do to really lose this, given the towers that they still have up.
Yeah, it'll be difficult for sure to lose this. I mean, the only saving grace is that a lot of gold is going to be coming into you from these super minion waves, but I mean, it can get kind of overwhelming. I don't know if anyone, like, if you've ever been on the receiving end of this, at some point it can just feel like there's a actual, like, army, walls of minions encroaching upon your base, and that you don't have the damage to deal with it. I mean, Misfortune doesn't have the greatest wave clear for an ADC. You don't have the greatest wave clear in that Ari. You don't have amazing wave clear on Diana either. I mean, you don't really have a way to clear these waves effectively. You having to see two people be committed to every single wave.
Yeah, right here, there's just not much they can do. They're kind of at the mercy. Ragnarok Gaming is sort of at the mercy of Foxden right now. There are no proactive plays that you can make. All you can do is kind of hope that Foxden makes a really big mistake and then capitalize on it. But it's a pretty helpless feeling, I have to admit.
Very helpless feeling nonetheless. And Baron's going to be spawning, and you know what? They can't even leave their base, so why don't we just 5-man take this, push it down mid potentially, and just try to end this game as quickly as possible. Set our set in the top lane. I don't want to see Bernie splitting. Please, Bernie, get with the rest of your team. You need to win these team fights. You need to be there for it. You can't be splitting bot lane against a Misfortune and not just... I mean, you should be running over the Misfortune every single day of the week, first of all. And then two, you just need to be there with your team to just clean up the fights.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like Ragnarok is going to do their best to contest because they know if we lose this, then the game is officially over. Diana might come in, try and smite. Baby Demon has been pretty good with her ult so far, but she's caught out just a little bit here.
Dead. Diana going in with that. Oh, with the ultimate plus stopwatch combo, does get so much damage down, and now it's onto Bernie to try and carry the rest of this fight out. But they don't have the ult to do so. Now, look at those minions in the base. They just have to stall this out. They have to stop Misfortune from walking back, or they just start doing the Baron. One or the other. Look, the pings are
they
coming
need to
out.
chase.
Malphite can't stop this. Malphite cannot stop this.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think
That's
I
dead.
think
I
this
think
is
the
the
game might be
game. I
over.
don't think there's anything
think
that. Oh my God! Look at that. That
Okay, no,
is
Misfortune's back.
terrifying.
Misfortune's back. They can stop it. They can stop it.
That's a scene out of Daisy.
To the Baron.
Malphite
Baron.
is just absolutely surrounded by this. There's not much they can do. I don't think the super minions are gonna start targeting the Nexus quite yet while the heroes are still around. But man, oh man, that is. It's like you're in a boat. It's just gaining more and more water, and you can't bucket it out enough. That's unfortunate.
Quite unfortunate indeed right there.
One might even say misfortunate.
Misfortunate. Yeah, misfortunate. Yeah, we'll just go with that one. And right now, I mean, that is kind of going to be with the Baron, and now with the Elder Dragon coming up, it's going to be the same story over and over and over again. So you can see that it's going to be rough, to say the least.
Yeah, they have the Baron empowered waves. There aren't really that many more supers on the way, so they might have missed a little bit of an opportunity for like an easy play. It looks like Elder's coming back up, and so they really have no reason. They have no threat onto them. They can kind of take this for free. I admire Fox Den for wanting to be absolutely sure, even though they might have been able to take this game officially a couple of times now.
Yeah, this is looking like Mad Lions versus what team was that? Oh my. Oh, that was an LEC game. It went to like 60 minutes, and it was
Yep.
like 3 Elders, 5 Barons.
Ooh,
There it
and
is.
there's
It's over.
Bernie.
The game's over. The game's over. There's
Yeah.
no way they stop this. There's no
Yeah.
way. Yeah, Mad Lions SK. That was the game. Holy moly. This was very reminiscent of that. Didn't have a fizz in it, but otherwise than that, very reminiscent. And oh, it's so unfortunate. Look at them. It was a valiant effort. Valiant effort, but not nearly enough right there as the game will be coming to a close. Will they kill Bernier last time? No, they will not. And that is the game right there. Fox is taking the win over Ragnarok here, going 1-1 for both of these teams.
Yeah, so it was a valiant effort by Ragnarok. They did their absolute best. I think they actually played really well as a team altogether, but ultimately, what do you do when there's a fizz that is that fed? So well played to Bernie, well played to Foxden as they take the win over Ragnarok.
Yep, and because we still have more matches to go, everyone, we will be going to a quick break to see if we can get into our next match as quick as possible. And we'll see you guys on the outside of that break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Tranquility Gaming, featuring the Tranquility Triathlon. I am Mr. Yeti. You may be wondering, where did that worst guy go? Well, we decided he was the worst, so we had to get rid of him. But in reality, he had just had a long day today, a lot of driving, a lot of road tripping. So I stepped in for him and took over for the rest of the cast. So you have a fresh voice for the rest of the night. And as was before, I am joined by Mr. G Infinity on his first Tranquility Gaming cast.
Yeah, thanks again for having me. I've been really enjoying it so far, and I look forward to these next couple games as well.
Should be a lot of fun. We have coming up next Kaleidoscope taking on GDH. Both teams are undefeated. So this is a fantastic matchup coming up, both with big wins so far. We saw Kaleidoscope take out Starch Esports, who they played in, who won our first feature match. And then they also took out Fox Den, who we just saw win our second feature match. So we've seen Kaleidoscope take out two winners already, and GDH took out Nostalgia and the Spicy Boys, two teams who both recently just won some TFT clashes, I believe. So these are good teams we have coming up here. Both 2-0 could really set the tone for for really this very important second game of the triathlon.
Yeah, I tell you, these teams are both looking to be pretty good right now, especially I can personally attest to a couple of God Hands players who recently carried me to a win in a Clash tournament. So pretty exciting stuff. And also, I promise not to be biased in my casting of this game, given that they've done me some favors lately.
They did. That trophy feels awfully good, though, doesn't it? Doesn't it? All right.
It's more of
Anyways,
a participation trophy, but I digress.
that. Hey, you know what? That's fair. I can respect it. Taking a look here at the picks and bans in this upcoming match, we did these off stream. We're getting the game lobby getting going here and getting through the delay right now. But the taking a look here at GDH with some bans onto Lilia, Tom Kench. We saw Kaleidoscope pull out the Tom Kench, and that's an annoying thing to deal with. Uh, can never hate on the Tom Kench ban. Vayne, Morgana, and Jin going off the table. Jin, a very popular ban as well. Any thoughts on these bans here?
Yeah, on the bans, I see a lot of interesting stuff. The Caitlyn ban, we've seen in both games on Tranquility streams so far that she's a very powerful champion in the bot lane right now. The Akali ban makes sense. She's generally a character that can kind of take over a game if fed. And then from the other side, from God Hands bans, we have Vayne ban, we have Jin ban, we have Morgana ban. Lots of champions that can really throw a wrench in the gears. One thing that's really interesting is the Scion from God Hand. That champion is so irritating if you can
It
play
is.
him correctly. And so I'm going to be interested to see how the set from Kaleidoscope plays into the Scion, because the Scion is going to want to farm and is pretty much going to leave the rest of the team to 4v5. That he's not interested in team fighting for the most part. You build Hullbreaker, you run away from the rest of the team, and you are just like a tower destroying a machine. And that's what you do. So we'll see if God Hand can, through some burst, like Evelyn Victor has so much utility. They're looking to be pretty powerful. The Yone from Kaleidoscope is a personal favorite of mine. I love Yone. So cool, so unique, so edgy. Real demon slayer IRL, but he's not IRL. So hopefully it's a pretty evenly matched game, and also hopefully we don't have another 50-minute marathon.
God, I certainly hope not. Kaleidoscope is playing some champs that are really kind of unfun to play against. Gwen can be very frustrating, Set extremely frustrating, Nautilus as well, especially as the game progresses, very strong initiator, and then obviously Yone. That's just unfun to play the matchup against in a lane. You got to figure it's going to be Yone mid coming up against Victor. Now, Victor actually, you know what? I like the Victor pick here. for mid. It can help. It can get a little bit extra poke in, and that's a big CC for the late game that can really help out with Scion with his knockup. Can really turn into some big damage, especially when you pair that with Kaisa as well. GDH has a lot of tools in the shed here to really combo together, and it could make for a really potent end result here on this draft.
Yeah, Victor from Arcane Bat Chest. I heckin' love Arcane. Again, the Victor, he really is so valuable to a team because there are almost no situations that Victor isn't useful, that he can build so many different items and he can play in so many different ways, that I really do think this might end up being a pretty crucial pick for God Hand right here, especially with the extra CC that can come out from champions like Seraphine. So that your Kaisa and your Evelyn can really take advantage of champions that are just kind of left out there.
Now, I will say one thing I think GDH is lacking in a little bit is that initiation that you're going to see from Kaleidoscope. I think Kaleidoscope's got a lot more tools for that. If you look at GDH, they went Evelyn on the jungle, which Evelyn and jungle can be very effective in the early to mid game, but can kind of fall off in the late game once you get to the team fight phase. So do you think that's going to be a big disadvantage for GDH, or do you think just once they get into a fight, just the amount of CC they can pump out in the mid fight is going to make a big difference for them?
You know, that's a really good point, and I don't know.
Welcome to the fun. That's why we're watching.
Yeah, that's why we play the games.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you're totally right. That Set, Yone, and Nautilus are all the kind of champions that want to come up, punch you in the face, take your lunch money, and stuff you in a locker. You know, that they really want an up close and personal fight. And Gwen's like that too. She loves and really gains so much value off of close, in your face team fights. The thing is, God Hand, if they play it correctly, can just CC them and then kind of pick them off one by one. So I'm really intrigued. Both teams have a pretty even balance of AP versus AD damage, although I will say God Hand is a little AP heavy. That Scion, if he gets into a team fight, is going to be valuable, especially if he can proc that passive in a team fight. The Kaleidoscope is going to have to, if they want a melee team fight, a melee team fight they will find. So
Yes.
we'll have to see.
I am excited for this matchup for multiple reasons. The quality of these two teams so far, they've been the cream of the crop of the tournament, and really going 4-0 in this phase, you know, even for a team like GDH, they inherited a winless spot in the tournament with only 1 point so far. So coming in here, getting maybe even a 4-0 in League of Legends, that's going to set them up really nicely for a potential playoff run if they can pull off a big run next week in Halo. By the way, make sure you keep tuning in because we do have our giveaways. It's _! Giveaway in the chat. You can watch here, build up those Trank bucks and enter those giveaways. We're going to give away a $50 Amazon gift card at the end of this Tranquility Triathlon here on our final broadcast coming up in just 2 weeks for the triathlon. And then also you can follow our socials as well. You follow our Twitter and subscribe to our YouTube. You do those and you will also be entered into separate giveaways for an additional $50 Amazon gift card. So you don't want to miss those opportunities, guys. It's free to do it. There's no harm doing it. Go ahead and subscribe. If it bothers you so much, you can just unsubscribe afterwards. It's okay. You're not going to hurt my feelings, but just block notification. You know, just subscribe. Just do it. If you're not going to do it for me, do it for Cav. Okay, that's all I'm asking.
The perfect time. It's right after the holiday season and just before Valentine's Day. If you're gonna get something, this is the perfect time to try and score a couple of those $50 Amazon cards. The perfect gift for a significant other, for if you're a secret admirer, if maybe you just really like the old person down your street. You just want to, give them some flowers. What better way to serve a community?
Maybe you want to get a Twitch card and a Twitch gift card and give $50 worth of gifted subs here in the Tranquility community.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to do that?
Or you could also throw in $50 in gifted subs to your favorite streamer, like Mr. Yeti casts on Twitch.
Yeah, I hear he's really doing well. The business is booming.
Business is stonks are as high as they've ever been, as they would say here. But it looks like the lobby is just loading in now. We are through the draft step, and teams are coming through that spectator delay now, so we should be able to get the ball rolling here pretty quick, and finally get this match, this really kind of anticipated match underway. Probably the best matchup we're gonna see all of this round, honestly. So, but here we go now as teams finally break out of spawn, and early on here, a lot of times when you're playing this in ranked, you're just kind of going to your lane, emoting around, maybe sitting in a bush. But these organized teams, you see how they set up very differently because invasions are pretty common here in organized play.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that I've only just realized, the set jungle is kind of an interesting pick as he sits there really getting the crunches in. Face checks the bush. Face checks the bush.
And he might pay the price here. If anybody's got they don't have
blows flash.
But getting a flash out is really kind of nice at this point. Evelyn is gonna go back, it looks like, pick up that mana that they lost there. But that's a nice early little bit of damage. But it looks like Set's just gonna go back and chill and just go back to jungling again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're God Hand, outside of a crazy invade, that's pretty much a best case scenario. Having a jungler, especially one like Set that we were already talking about, loves to engage, loves to start a fight. Preventing the ability to flash into a fight or flash out of a fight is going to matter so much for this first kind of early laning phase, where the first few minutes can really determine what happens for the rest of the game.
Noting Set did also have to burn a potion, so theoretically there could be some lane sustain, some jungle sustain issues down the line that could hurt him as well. Could hurt his jungle speed. So there's a lot of factors at play there that little tiny little seemingly inconsequential engagement could actually, have a big effect in the long term of the game. But that's kind of League of Legends in a nutshell. There's so many little things that can really kind of turn it's got that whole, the butterfly effect deal where just smallest thing can really turn into a big deal later on in the game.
Yeah, right here, really not much too crazy going on early, although this Set might be looking for a gank onto the Victor here to start.
A level 2 gank, a very aggressive gank onto Soli here, but Soli is able to get out. They did get the Ignite out as well. That is a good survival there from Soli. He's going to go back, as you got to figure he's going to head back. There he goes as well. The bottom lane, the Seraphine combo with the Kai'Sa, that's annoying. That's really annoying.
That is some pretty intense poke coming out on the side of God Hand that it's going to be really hard to deal with later. Jinx is a really strong bot laner, and goodness gracious, look at how far away that is. That is so hard to deal with if you're in the lane.
It is definitely hard to deal with here. We see Sion looking for the slam, did not find it, and honestly got chunked for about a third of his health. So, I mean, that's the potency of Gwen, though. Gwen has a little bit of mobility and can just really chunk you down in the early game quite a bit. And there's that mobility, but they get caught up in the knock-up. And that is going to result in Gwen probably having to go potentially back here. Looks like they're burning their last potion. They're in the danger zone now.
Yeah, one thing interesting from the Sion is they're not running Flash. He's running TP Ghost. And so if he wants a fight, it's going to be pretty obvious. He's going to pop that and run right back into you. And so the Ignite on the Gwen is useful, but we're setting up for another gank here mid.
And here we go again on top, though. Sion going after the Gwen, but Gwen again chunks him for half the health. But again, in mid now, we have action as well, as it looks like, yes, just barely going to get out there is the Yone. But, I mean, all things considered, if you're taking that mid, any chance you can to displace that Yone and get him out of the lane, that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Victor, you really want to focus on scaling. His passive is that once you get 100 stacks through minion kills or champion kills, you can start to upgrade your abilities. And you're not super strong early game. It's once you get in the late
here's another
game,
game.
you do that damage.
Soli gets very low. Just one tick of health off the Ignite. That's brutal. Victor almost pulled off the big kill there. That was pretty darn good considering the gank came in there from the Set. Here we go again, though. It's just kind of non-stop action in the mid lane right now. These are really active junglers.
Yeah, so unfortunate that he couldn't quite come away with the kill. You hate to see him leave on just like 1 or 2 health. good on the set to really kind of hold that wave there and do his best to keep it for Yone. Victor had a really stacked wave there that in your solo queue games, if your jungler doesn't do anything about, you just lose so much experience, you lose so much gold. So especially when you're already down like the 10 CS that Yone is, a pretty smart move from the set. He comes in, gets the good gank off, prevents his mid laner from being killed, and kind of keeps him in the game in terms of gold and experience. So really well done from there. Although it does leave him at a bit of a CS disadvantage behind the Evelynn.
Right now, the Scion did go back, picked up the pickaxe, so Scion's going to have a big advantage here. And if they go to a fight, this could actually be... Oh, Gwen does barely get out of there. Gwen is going to have to go back now, but that being said, Scion has the TP, so does Gwen. So, what also worth pointing out, neither has Flash. We pointed out the Scion not having Flash, but neither does the Gwen. So, I mean, Gwen has a little bit of mobility. She can, you know...
Yeah, she has her little thing, but... It's not the same as a true flash to help disengage as the Evelynn looks to set up another gank on his Yone here in mid.
And here we go back in mid. This is a really active mid lane here. Evelynn unfortunately spotted out right away there.
Flash.
Great charm onto the Yone though, but Yone does manage to sneak out of there. Evelynn could go back in, but isn't going back in yet. Soli is, Victor is just barely able to get the first blood there, but that was an interesting little gank. And honestly, the Yone almost got away there.
Yeah, this is some higher level League of Legends. Normally, junglers don't really path all that well efficiently to mid. They don't really know how to make it work, and most mid laners in lower elo don't know how to set up a wave to make it easy for the jungler to come in and gank. So really well done by both of these mid laners and both of these junglers to not only create opportunities, but to make the most of them. As
one of my favorite things there, the Scion ult, which you use to engage with, being used to GTFO in the case of our top lane there.
Yeah.
But well executed there.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is sometimes the Scion, well, there are different voice lines that he uses with his ult, and he'll just scream, "God!" as sometimes you use it to disengage, and so there's a level of irony there as the set is looking to get a gank onto bot lane.
Seraphine is slowed, but just barely avoided, but a big hook there from the Nautilus is going to set up a potential gank here, but it does look like they're going to manage to get out. Here comes the counter gank now from the Evelynn. We see dip very low now is the is the Jinx. Jinx very low, and the double kill now in as well. We're gonna get 3 kills. What a great counter gank there, set up by Evelynn. That's Mufsy on the Evelynn. Fantastic jobs getting that one done there. And GDH is well positioned right now, up 4-0 in the early game with a 2.5k gold deficit.
Well, looks like this Yone is going to engage back into the bot lane. He is able to come away with the kill onto Pyro playing the Seraphine, and Mufsy on the Evelynn gets the kill anyway.
I don't know if that was worth it. Looking at that, the Seraphine really not worth a whole lot. Lots of assists money, but I don't think that's the play there. If you're sitting there as the Yone to go in there and give up your life for kind of no reason, and you just put a streak on the Evelynn as well. Worth noting, a 3-0 Evelynn.
Yeah, it's really tough if you're the Yone. You see all the action happening bot lane, and you're already on your way. By the time you get there, it's over. So you feel like, oh, I have to make a play. And so he jumps in, and he does get the kill, but at what cost? You know, their team still really doesn't have vision on bot side, and you kind of gave Victor some free pressure to get in there and farm. Although he does get some decent poke out. Is going to be stunned by Victor W. And ultimately not much going there.
Yeah, and look at all the farm they lost, including a cannon minion. I mean, these we talk about, you know, small choices can make a big difference in a game here. And now Mufsy here on the Evelynn comes in on the Truth on the Yone, and Mufsy finding a lot of burst damage, and that's 4 in a row now for Mufsy. It's an Evelynn that is going to get fed early, and that is very dangerous come the mid-game portion.
Absolutely. One thing that really stands out to me is that in that one play in bot lane, Bravery on the set was still level 5 while Evelynn was level 6, and so she was able to get some of these kills onto the bot lane because she had her ultimate up. And now that snowball helps her get the kill in mid lane and is now really taking over. She has a CS lead and has 4 kills. Really impressive jungling by Mufsy so far.
This has been a high action game so far. GDH on the offense, or is definitely coming out on the offensive right now with really no significant losses of note so far. And again, Mufsy is getting very fed as we see them. They're now sitting in a bush and very much seen here. But again, this mid lane is just, they're very pokey, but we're not really seeing a whole lot of killing happening in the mid lane though.
Yeah, right now Yone, so he does scale pretty well with attack speed as the action doesn't stop. Mufsy comes in for the gank.
It's a big gank attempt. Corrigible goes down on the Jinx. And that's just Mufsy right now on 5-0. Mufsy has been involved in every single kill. They're 5-0 and 3. They have done everything so far. We see right now with Poggers on the Scion, the trade onto the Gwen. And right now, if you're sitting in the shoes of Kaleidoscope, are trades really worth it right now? You don't want trades. You need decisive wins if you're down now 4K gold.
Yeah, it's tough. You're kind of left between a rock and a hard place because on one hand, you'll take what you can get. If you're GDH right now, trades are fine. Yeah, we'll give up the Scion death.
Oh yeah,
that's what he's meant to do. That
exactly.
He's supposed to die.
Oh, the big push here by Truth on the Yone, pushing into Soli on the lane or on the turret. Soli does manage to stay up though. This has been a very high PvP game. Usually at this point, it's both. Oh no! Oh, Truth got. That was a little spooky there when you see the Evelyn coming towards you.
Yeah, that's when you start hearing the Jaws music playing and you know that someone is in your area. So right here, this is a pretty commanding lead by GDH early. We knew that Kaleidoscope was good. They've taken down some of the other stronger players and teams in the triathlon so far, but there's a 4K gold lead at only 11 minutes. It's pretty hard to do that. And something that's pretty surprising to me is it's about 12 minutes in, and there's only one objective taken. They've taken, Kaleidoscope have taken 1 Drake, and really not much else. That it's just been fighting constantly, and honestly, GDH is coming out on top.
Right now, but here's a big push on the Scion here from Squid Games on the Gwen, and that's going to be a big kill there. We actually see now a second kill coming in on the bottom, but Evelyn, Mufsy on the Evelyn comes in, putting out a lot of burst damage. Seraphine is dropped here by Jinx, but again, the Evelyn here from Mufsy just doing far too much damage. Corrigible, the last standing representative of Kaleidoscope, is dropped as well in a very, very big fight there for GDH and really both teams, but GDH comes out on top in the 4-2 trade-off, and GDH continues to extend that lead. But it is worth noting, and if you're Kaleidoscope, one small consolation, you do have 2 dragons right now, so I guess that's something, right?
Yeah, and that team fight, it was really well played. You could see the Yone trying to do some damage on the Victor on the side, and then turns away and does layer some CC onto the Evelyn, who even more effectively uses the ult to disengage and get out of there. And so you will take the 2 Drakes if you're Kaleidoscope. At this point, you have to be looking and kind of analyzing in between fights and saying, yeah, the only way that we win this game is through Drakes. So hopefully they are able to find a way to do that and kind of make this a competitive game. But right now, Godhand in a commanding lead.
Oh, and a big move up here from Set. Bravery on the Set. He does manage to stop that Scion ult, but Scion is just getting too close to the turret at this point, so they're not going to be able to finish that kill. And here comes the counter gank now from the Evelyn, pushing up in. Here comes Mufsy chasing after the Gwen and the Set. But Gwen and Set are going to be able to get out just in time here. And finally, a fight doesn't end in a kill. But Truth is in serious danger. He doesn't even know it. Truth. Oh no.
Oh.
That is so unlucky if you're Truth.
It is unlucky. You really hate to walk into your jungle, or the other team's jungle, I should say. And just hits the very end of the hitbox. Gwen doing a really good job at using the immunity, but that might be all. Oof, and that's the life of the Gwen. Squid Games in top lane. Unfortunate.
If you're Kaleidoscope right now, how do you bounce back from this? There's been all combat lately. Do you just start playing it slow, playing for objectives?
I think you have to. I'm not sure there's another option. I do want to call out call out an absolutely gigabrain play from Bravery as the Scion tried to ult away and he flashed ahead of it to stop it. It was really cool. Unfortunately, nothing really came of it because Scion is such a tanky player and already has the hull breaker, but it was really cool.
Truth goes in again, really aggressively. It almost dies immediately. It was a very aggressive play right now, and the Scion is in full split push mode, which we all know how Scion does. And Mufsy again, 8-0-6. There's 16 kills right now for GDH. 14 of them involve the Evelyn, and that is absolutely crazy right now.
That is absolutely crazy.
GDH is in complete control.
Yeah, you mentioned, how does Kaleidoscope come back from this? And I can tell you, this is not the answer.
No, they're just taking too many fights right now, and they're just dying so quickly in these fights. They need to slow it down. I agree with you on that. But speaking of slowing it down, we do have, we do have some, obviously some, oh, here we go. We can't slow it down. We just don't get to slow it down here.
No sleep till Nexus, baby. We are doing nothing but fighting, running under towers, running into the Fed Kaisa. I have to applaud it because at a certain point, I myself have a little bit of a mentality that way, that I like to try and make the other team make a play. That I don't want to react to you, I want you to react to me. And so I can applaud that. And also, when you're down 10,000 gold at 16 minutes, I'm not really sure that's the approach you need to have at that point. I think you do need to be able to say, all right, if we want to win, we need to team fight, we need to kind of freeze waves, we need to play safe, hope to take more dragons.
Find an objective bounty,
Yeah,
there's a lot. Those can even out a game, but 10k gold it's a lot of game to even out real quick here. And if you're, it does look like Kaleidoscope is finally slowing it down a little bit here. So they're farming their jungle, farming the waves very, very slowly here, and that's probably a good thing. As we did see some lane shifting and switching around, and now Yone is up against Scion, and I mean, Scion is already to that point right now where Scion just does not die. And when they do die, they'll just come back to kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, right here, Bravery on the Bravery on the Scion is gonna try and or on the set, excuse me, is gonna try and make some plays happen, but I'm not sure it's enough.
There.
Yeah.
I mean, Bravery did get super aggressive there, and I can respect it, but just not enough. And Scion can just kind of continue to free push at will. And here we go. GDH is just decisive right now in everything they're doing, and they're completely in control of the tempo and really all things in this game right now.
Yeah, I have to agree. And right now, if you look at the Tranquility Triathlon standings overall, Kaleidoscope is currently in 3rd place, and so they do have a little bit of room to let it go. And Godhand is in last, and so they do really want as many wins as they can get. They do really try and want to gain some ground on their competition, and if they want to do it, they are certainly doing it right now. As you can see Mufsy just really taking over the game, kind of doing whatever he wants on this Evelyn.
Yeah, I did make the comment earlier that Evelyn can fall off late game, but anything that goes 9-0 won't fall off. So, all that doesn't mean anything right now.
It's absolutely true. There's an old adage that, some champions scale. You want to play safe, you want to scale. Nothing in the game scales better than gold does. That getting this Evelyn Rocket Belt and 14 Magi stacks is not a key to success if you are Kaleidoscope, but that is something that you really want to avoid, as we see Poggers on this Scion really doing his best to try and take this tower down. And he does have the ultimate up, so he can use it to either engage and get some damage or just run away if he feels like too many people are starting to collapse on him.
And Scion, yeah, I mean, that's the benefit there. If you're Scion, you basically have nothing to fear.
Yeah.
There's zero to fear. There goes an inhib right now. GDH is just so firmly in control of this matchup right now, and it is tough right now if you're Kaleidoscope. You're looking for anything, really any opening, even to find just like somebody greeting on the side of Kaleidoscope, and it's just not happening.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job, and honestly, I hate to say this, I don't like to doom post, and I'm not sure how Kaleidoscope can really come back at this point. There is a lot of standing gold still left on the map if you see all of the towers, in each of the lanes. They have the little yellow outline, which means they get extra gold for taking those objectives. And also, I'm not sure who on Kaleidoscope can really win a fight right here versus anyone. So it's unfortunate, but I do think that at a certain point, this is basically about when does God Hand group and just decide to take this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, they very easily could just push it, the old adage, run it down mid, like this is where you run it down mid, like
Oh,
this is where you
absolutely.
can literally just pile shove it down mid. Your team is completely in control. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen that yet. We're continuing to see this weird split, or not weird split pushing, but this split push here from GDH. If you look at their map control too, like if you look at the mini map, they have complete ward control as well. They're just this is just absolute control right now from GDH. And again, credit to Kaleidoscope, they're playing it the way you're supposed to at this point. Just play slow, try to react to what they're doing, steal buffs when you can, but just play slow, look for, protect your turrets, try to just stay alive and look for those windows of opportunity. But right now we see the Baron going down for GDH here, and there's no opportunity for a steal. So this is just the easiest Baron ever for GDH. And now it looks like they've decided we're going to group up, we're going to run it down mid.
Yeah, a 21-minute Baron is really hard to do anything about. They already have the inhib down. The top turret is already so low. Right here, they're just kind of dicing up Bravery, Corrigible, the members of Kaleidoscope, and they did play well. And near the end, they were trying to play that kind of guerrilla warfare style of league that you need to play when you're this far behind. But it's a day late and a dollar short, honestly, as GDH is going to take them down and really punish the aggression from Kaleidoscope for trying to fight so much so early.
And the Nexus falls as GDH, absolutely dominant, just a complete. I'm blown away. That was a match we expected to be a lot closer coming in, and GDH just absolutely dominated everything, and it wasn't close. It really wasn't close.
Yeah, they did such a good job going back and forth. Like near the beginning, there were some real opportunities that I think Kaleidoscope had, and by and large, this was not a very even game. And it does look like God Hand is going to come out the favorites. I think they're the best and most cohesive team that we've seen, at least on stream, so far tonight.
It was definitely a good one here from both teams. Taking a look at the results as they come in as well. Starch Esports takes the win over Fox Den. That puts Starch Esports at 2-1 on the day. Fox Den drops their second one, so they are 1-2. Spicy Boys took Marsupial Gaming. Marsupial 0-3 have already indicated that they probably won't be able to play the round 4. So Marsupial looking at an 0-4 day. You know what? Rocket League, they finished first. They're sitting okay. But again, GDH with just an absolutely in control match so far. And right now we are waiting so far on Spicy Boy, I'm sorry, Nostalgia and Ragnarok still wrapping up their game here, it looks like. And that is the last one for round 3. But we're going to go ahead and take it to a quick break, guys. We will be back with your fourth and final match of the League of Legends Marathon tonight. Stay tuned and make sure, again, get those giveaway entries. We'll be back in just a few moments.
child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. Sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Wanna join me? Come and play. But
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are in the middle of our pick ban section here. We have Nostalgia, abbreviated as NTG for some reason, versus the Spicy Boys in this draft right now that is ongoing. Coming up, our final round of the night here in our League of Legends. In our League of Legends matchup here, we're working on getting the header fixed up right now. So just stay tuned. That'll get done here. But the picks and bans are already in. We see Nostalgia with the bans on Blitzcrank, Akali, Cho'Gath, and Spicy Boys banning out Lux, Lulu, and Twitch. Any surprises? Anything you expect there?
No surprises on my part. It is interesting that they are already really focusing kind of some bot lane picks. That Lux and Lulu, Lux is a well-known player from Tri on Nostalgia, and so it makes sense that they banned it away. This Yuumi is going to be such a pain. Yuumi is a really strong champ that really scales well, and so we might be in for another marathon. As Nunu and Willump is a rather spicy pick, I'll say, because he makes ganks happen. So he will get into lane quick and get out because he either dies or because he gets the kill. So we'll see how the Nunu pick ends up going for Spicy Boys.
Nunu, also an incredibly efficient jungler, can really clear through camps quite quickly and just sustain beautifully without any problem. Again, Nostalgia now with the Nico. That is a special pick that we see often from Tri as well. We just talked about Tri with the Lux, but Nico is a very common pick for Tri as well. Having played against it, it sucks.
Oh, it does suck. It does suck. Nico, the CC is so oppressive. She can do so much burst damage and so much CC in that mid lane. As the Callista Rakan bot lane is very spicy. Train is a pretty well versed Callista player, and Rakan is pretty interesting because Callista's ult is gonna be pretty useful for Rakan to kind of draw him out of danger. Rakan is a champion that can have so much engage.
Right.
That you can really kind of pull him out and even allow for some re-engage as Spicy locks in the Ari to match the Nico in mid lane.
The Ari is a great pick up there for the mid lane. It can really neutralize out a lot of that poke with a little extra sustain from Ari, and obviously that awesome CC that makes her such an incredible duelist as well. As we get to the second ban phase coming out from the Spicy Boys, we see the Master Yi ban coming out now, and that is Are you surprised by that, knowing the players on Nostalgia, or do you know if the Spicy Boys even really looked into who they're playing against at all? That's the question, because you gotta wonder what they're thinking there.
You know, I don't really know. I know the Twitch ban is a pretty solid Vix counter.
Yes.
But in general, the Master Yi Teemo, I don't think any of the people on Nostalgia play that. I think they might just be comfort bans just to absolutely make sure. All right, I don't want to play against Yi, and I don't want to play against Teemo. Something that I do predict to come out from Nostalgia is an Ornn top. I think that an Ornn is gonna end up coming out from who I assume will be playing top with Apathy, as Spicy Boys are looking to start filling out who will be their ADC, and they pick the Kai'Sa. So the Kai'Sa Yuumi gonna be pretty interesting in that bot lane.
We did see Ezreal banned by Nostalgia here. Ezreal's a very common pick with Yuumi, so that's a good ban right there. Just a kind of a general ban there because they combine really nicely. So, but we see now Nostalgia settling here for their next pick. Either top lane or jungler coming up next. You gotta figure, and here comes the jungler, and they go Evelynn. We just saw an Evelynn last match here, piloted by Buffsy, but now Evelynn coming out from Nostalgia. Is that, taking a look at the roster, is that any sort of surprise to you?
Not particularly. I assume that it'll be Vix in the jungle playing this Evelynn champ, which is so strong, as we've just seen on stream. Can do so much burst damage. And the Ornn. I look at Nostalgia's team and I see the Rakan and I see the Ornn champions with so much knockup, and I almost expect to see a Yasuo there. I feel like that's a champ that could really make use of everything they have. And it's got a pretty even distribution of AD attack damage to AP ability power, that Nico and Evelynn both have so much burst, whereas Callista and Ornn can really provide some interesting damage. As we see Set locked in for Spicy Boys right now. So ultimately, the orange set top lane gonna be pretty interesting. Gonna be kind of a slugfest. Zed is someone who really wants to draw out engagements, to fight a lot, fight a long time. And Orin is someone who kind of uses his abilities and then doesn't have much to do after that. So
Not really, no. But I like the Ornn pick here. Apathy has been really loving the Ornn lately, and Ornn is a very interesting champ. For those who don't know much about Ornn, Ornn has a couple of really useful tools in the shed beyond just the fantastic ultimate that can really just break open a fight with fantastic CC. What does Ornn bring to the table that's just so unique?
So the craziest thing about Ornn, there are two things that are sort of the same thing. One is he can craft items without having to back to the shop. And so that's really valuable, that he can kind of stay in lane for a lot longer than most champions would. And two, into late game, his passive, once he starts leveling up, lets him upgrade the mythic items of his teammates. And so players like the Callista, players like the Evelyn, whoever gets fed on nostalgia is going to get a boosted item from Ornn, which is really going to help to kind of offset some of the scaling that Yuumi is going to do.
Yeah, definitely. All very, very true. And Ornn is a super fun champ for that reason. One I've enjoyed playing a lot lately. If you're just getting into League of Legends, you know, maybe not the best pick because it's kind of weird. It doesn't really teach you a lot of useful tools that you'd use for everything else, but Ornn is a very fun champ to play in general. And they, you know, obviously with the Teemo off the table, you don't have to worry about that. And that's always a good thing because there's nothing more infuriating than playing against Teemo in the top lane.
Yeah, I absolutely think that if you're picking up League for the first time, there isn't really a bad role that you can select to learn. I would avoid playing jungle because it's so different mechanically and strategically than the other lanes. And all of the other lanes have great things about them. They have things that make them fun, make them unique, and all of them have things that, when the game isn't going well, make you want to quit. So it's about getting over that kind of initial learning curve and then getting into the meat of the game and the lore of the game.
Now, Infinity, you don't know as much about these guys as you do. You're new to Tranquility. But what I will say about these teams is they are just loaded with a lot of relatively well-known Tranquility veterans, been around for a very long time. Looking over first at the Spicy Boys, you have Chimanzi, who's also an admin on the server. He is the Transcendence tier director. You have Legalots, who's been around forever on the server. Trippy Cow, Krev, and then joining them for this friend of the org is Boozebro, who is with them for this Tranquility Triathlon here. So a lot of recognizable names on Spicy Boys, but if you go over to Nostalgia, it's just the same thing. It's just a field of fantastically well-known players who've been around here forever. You have Tri or Triangulum, or whatever you want to call him. Tri is a menace in the mid lane. You have Cry, just keeping the rhyming going. Cry, she usually is playing a lot of support. Historically, very, very good support in both Overwatch and in League of Legends. You have Apathy as well, who is the assistant tier director for the Discord tier, also a moderator on server. He's going to be in the jungle at this point. Train, playing your ADC as well. Train, not only the he was in the Transcendence tier last season with with Amnesia, was on Flashbacks last season, also runs the Train Teamfight Tactics tournament, which yours truly cast, by the way. And last but not least is Vix. Vix as well, a former MVP in Vix as well. That's a big, from an Overwatch perspective, that's pretty cool. But this isn't Overwatch, this is League of Legends, and we see Marsupial Gaming, despite their proficiency in Overwatch, League didn't go too hot for them. They went 0-4 and just kind of gave up at the end.
Hey, it happens to everyone. League can be a very frustrating mental game. And I have to agree, this is a clash of the Titans and in this game in Tranquility personalities. And on Nostalgia, you might even say that there are some of the most recognizable names in the scene. And I would love for you guys to debate about who that might be. Who is the most recognizable personality in Tranquility? Who's to say? So,
I mean,
maybe
It's probably me just because I'm on everything.
Oh well, it's absolutely you. It's whoever is second place to the Mr. Yeti.
It's probably
cast.
me again.
Oh, it's just all you. Yeah,
No,
this is
but-
gonna maybe this game will help determine bragging rights for who gets to be the second most recognizable player in Tranquility.
Hey, for what it's worth, both these teams, they have a lot to gain here. You know, we saw Spicy Boys, they're 1-2 on the day. Nostalgia is 2-1. Spicy Boys also in the standings. They finished last week in 5th. They got 4 points. Nostalgia in 4th got 5 points. So a win here really kind of sets you up nicely going into the final round Halo for both these teams. So both teams in a really good spot right now. You can't underestimate them. And really, this is a critical game just to kind of set yourself up for that final week in Halo next week. Right now, we see the full defense for avoiding the invasion here from Nostalgia, and we see 2 cries. I know that looks like 2 cries, but it's not. It's not. Right?
This is a Nico passive in action. She, Nico, can choose to appear as any other champion currently on the map. And the interesting thing is that Nico also mimics how much health they have. So sometimes it can be skilled Nico players can appear as maybe a low health teammate that they don't have vision on. They come in and engage on you, and then you die because you realize actually it's a full health Nico who just burst you.
Yeah, and here we go with the leashes from both the bot lanes in onto the junglers, and here we go again. It's a Ari versus a Nico in mid, top lane, and Ornn versus a Set. Getting that ab workout in there, very important. You got to stay on top of your core. You know, you don't want to neglect that core.
Yeah, we saw it in the last game that the Set players just can't help themselves. They love to just start doing those ab workouts. And in the first match, we actually saw the Set blow flash immediately. And so, who's to say? Who knows what kind of ab workouts this game will render?
You know, exactly. And all things, if there's one thing in Tranquility Gaming that we always say, it's important to take care of your physical health.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the first thing we say. That's up there right in our creed. So, anyways, the early trades here. I think after last game, I've just been expecting just like when is people gonna die? Why isn't anybody dead yet? But no, this is a very, very different game early on here.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most awaited matchup by everyone, and I would say based on the outcome so far, this might be one of the most evenly matched matchups we've seen so far. That this is, I don't predict a stomp either way, but I do hope that it's action-packed.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. I think we're going to get, especially once we get to the late game here and some of these champs start to really ramp up, like an Ornn. Ooh, that's a big move there from the Ornn. But again, not really able to put, you know, at this point, it's just all, you know, it's all staging, right? There's not really any, you know, it's just kind of keeping your opponent honest, not letting them get away with, you know, free chip damage. You know, and right now we see the top lane now see Vix coming in on the Evelyn. This is going to set up a little gank here. Trippy is going down though, and it does look like he is going to be able to get out, but Vix
does get him flash, gets in. Oh, what a great set stun.
Great stun there for Trippy. He's going to get away too after that huge kill. And here's Shim on the Nunu. And Apathy is in deep trouble here, and Shim picks up kill number 2, and that is a fantastic start for the Spicy Boys. Really picking up 2 kills that, you know, that comes down to just a really fantastic play from Set there from Trippy on the Set that really set that up.
Yeah, one thing that I'd like to mention is that so much of that comes from wave management. That right there, Apathy, I wish he had let the wave push in a little more, kind of give Set more space to have to come under tower. That makes Evelyn's job to gank much easier. That means you don't have to blow the flash to get in. And of course, the E from the Set where he knocks them both in, clanks their heads together, gets the stun out. That's just a good play by Trippy Cow right there. So really, really well played mechanically, and a really kind of heartbreaker for Nostalgia to not only give up the double kill, lose flash And now set up for another gank and bot.
Train is in big trouble there. The exhaust and the stun in from the Nunu, and Train is going to fall here as Legolots picks it up. That, you don't want to see the support picking it up here, but we saw this from Legolots in the round one, going back to when they were playing out the Blitzcrank. With I think they got 4 kills in the early game.
It's quite a few, and so that's history repeats itself that you really don't want the supports, especially supports that aren't really supposed to be getting kills. If you're maybe playing with a Pyke, playing with a Brand, playing with a Xerath, something that normally does more damage, you can live with it. But a Yuumi is really not the character that you want getting the extra gold from those kills. So that's got to be the silver lining if you're Nostalgia here.
No, Nostalgia right now is still only 1k gold down. We see Apathy looking to put a ward in here near Scuttle, which was taken by Spicy Boys. So Spicy Boys right now are in a prime position here as Chim works on these Raptors in the jungle. Things again settling down a little bit, not quite the frenetic pace we saw in our prior matchup. But, I mean, that being said, we're still seeing a lot of action, particularly on this top lane. Trippy and Apathy are not letting each other rest, and it's reflected in the CS right now. Apathy is quite a bit behind.
He really is, and you can see it looks like Evelyn might try and look for another gank top just to help out. The thing is, you can see, no, and she turns away, decides better of it, probably the right play. But one thing you can tell is to look on the map who is level 6 and who isn't yet. So right now, both mid laners, are level 6. And Trippy Cow is level 6, and Apathy just now hits the level 6. So fights might start getting spicier now, given that people's ultimates are starting to come online.
Right now, bot lane still short of the ultimate here. Chimanzi on the Nunu, knocking out some vision, doing God's work as the jungler, as is normal here. Kind of setting up map control here with that jungle vision. And Apathy putting some poke in again on Trippy. This top lane, they are just not being friendly to each other.
They really aren't. Sometimes in lots of players' experiences, top lanes, sometimes they can be nice, they can be chill. There's a sort of a gentleman's agreement to, let's just sit here and farm. What our team does is not our business, and we'll get involved once the 25-minute mark hits.
Top lane is often regarded as being on an island, but here we go.
Yeah, this is not an island kind of top lane matchup right now, as they are just absolutely duking it out. Tri got some really nice poke onto the Ahri there, doing some pretty decent damage as Nunu rolling up those snowballs, always trying to make some big ganks.
Not able to get anything done there in mid lane this time around, though. Ahri sitting at about half health, but again, Ahri has such nice sustain that it really doesn't matter. But maybe too overextended there is the Ahri, as here goes Vix diving in deep for that kill and finds the kill. Tri barely surviving, but that's a big kill there to kind of help stabilize things. And now that gold deficit is basically gone.
Yeah, down to 500 gold. That is exactly the kind of picks that I think Nostalgia really need kind of in this still early game to stay competitive. Right now, Train has a decent CS lead. It's just barely. It's not that the CS lead is that high as much as he has tier 2 boots, which can be really helpful given that Kai'Sa currently has a couple of more basic items and the long swords and the attack speed dagger you see there. And Kai'Sa's sustain is so interesting because Kai'Sa has the Yuumi, which can give all kind of heal boosts and movement speed boosts. Kai'Sa has 3 cookies, which heal mana and health, and the refillable pot, which heals health. So,
Vix just got
Vix
caught
might have
out.
jumped in.
Oh, but it looks like he avoided the scan from Chimanzi, and he's going to be able to get out here. And Tri pops in with the big ultimate on a Chimanzi here, but the damage is being split right now between Vix. And we see 2 fights right now, but Vix is going to find the kill onto Chimanzi. And here comes Apathy coming in now onto Krev. Krev taken very low on the Ahri and is now dropped. Big kill there from Nico, and Nico has a double kill. Nico sitting at 3-1. Gonna have a big gold advantage. You're probably gonna get to Mythic fairly quick here.
Big kills for sure. That was a huge play, and it was looking really dicey because Nostalgia were both focusing different targets, but they ended up making it work. I really don't know where Mr. Trippy Cow on the set went for this, because if he had showed up, that would have been an easy fight for sure. But Apathy was able to come down and provide some support, and ultimately they not only did they neutralize the gold advantage, they took a lead in gold. So well done by Nostalgia to turn the tides there.
Nostalgia did everything they needed to did it correctly, so great work there from Nostalgia. And now we do have a 500 gold advantage for Nostalgia, and Boozbro right now is in a scary spot. Vix kind of, we're just not checking the bush.
Did he not see vision? Was he afraid to face check? I'm not sure what happened there, but that seemed like a free kill, unless Train and Cry perhaps called Vix off of it and said, you know what, we don't need to fight right now.
And that very easily could be. Train is a very methodical farmer, and we are seeing right now the big CS advantage. You know, despite being down an assist on the Kai'Sa, they do have a CS advantage moving on right now. And if you look at the top lane as well, the CS advantage that was rather massive.
Ooh, this is a great play by Try right here to mimic the Evelyn so he doesn't know which one to avoid is really smart here, as they ultimately layer their CC, and Try does come away with the kill. Well done.
Very, very good job there from Try and Vix, and that puts Try now at 4-0, and that's very spooky if you are sitting in the side of the Spicy Boys. Trippy Cow right now is being isolated out a little bit by Apathy. Apathy could go for the kill here, and are we going to see it? And we do see the ultimate coming in. He's going to hit that ram back.
Oh, just barely misses it.
Just misses, but Vix is there to clean it up.
Well done. Good play by Vix. I'm not sure what happened there. I think the Nunu could have come top earlier than that. Apathy, there are some waves where he's down about 17 CS right now, and I think it would be in his best interest. There's some times where you just don't touch the wave. You just wait, let it come to you, and you need well play to get out. But right here, oh, this is so greedy. You don't need it. Trippy Cow almost has TP. There's no reason to be here. You should back, get your health, get your mana back up. You're about half in each. I know you don't need to back for items because of your Ornn passive, but this is an opportunity where I really do think he's being greedy. Now it's a little late to back, but the wave is not in a great state because now it can just kind of sit there on a silver platter for a set. He doesn't have to TP back. It's unfortunate as Cry pops ult.
That's Boozbro in deep trouble there, but the Yuumi ult does enable him to get out. Good job there from Legolas to enable that. Oh, but here comes Vix. Vix hungry. Vix real hungry and takes out Boozbro. Legolas now on the Yuumi trying to. Oh no, that's a.
You might set this up right, but Nunu's coming on the way, and he's got a big snowball. This is gonna do some damage.
The question
on
about
solo, but Chimanzi thinks better of it and decides not to snowball in.
The question about Schrodinger's cat applies maybe to bot lane there, but we can pretty clearly see that that one was dead. We see some trade-off in mid lane, not really happening here. Both teams gonna pick their wounds and head back to spawns here. I spoke too soon. Krev is in just Krev is just dead. Just greedy from Krev sticking around there.
Yeah, we're really seeing a really high functioning duo between Try and Vix in this mid jungle partnership. Both of them have 4 kills. Both of them really do a lot of damage, and man, Try is just getting so creative on mimicking some of these other players because you don't know how to react. You don't know who to try and sidestep abilities from until it's too late, and then the CC from Nico on top of the damage from Evelyn is really a powerful combo that they're making the most of. As Trippy Cow getting some poke off onto Apathy.
Trippy Cow does get the poke onto Apathy there, but Apathy is starting to reach that point on Ornn where you don't really care anymore, and you can just kind of tank everything.
Yeah, oof, a nice sidestep from Try to not get hit by the snowball. Uses the roots, uses the Everfrost. Ooh, the minion just barely blocks it. Oh, there's just action everywhere.
Boozbro is in big trouble right now, and you're going to need a lot of alcohol to forget about that one, and that is the end of Boozbro there. And right now, Nostalgia is just starting to really get it going here. Chimanzi, unknowingly to himself, catches the Evelyn with that snowball, but Evelyn being stealth did not matter. So very, very funny interaction there for all of us watching. But nonetheless, it's nostalgia is just completely taking control right now.
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes in. Nostalgic has about a 5k gold lead. They have their first dragon. They're really coming online and starting to make the most. Vix is just a ganking machine right now. He is doing such a good job of being where he needs to be all over the map and making things happen. One thing that's pretty interesting about junglers is not just how often you gank, but how successful you gank. That an unsuccessful gank, as in you don't get the kill, can still be really useful, as it looks like we're about to see some fighting here around Rift Herald.
About to see a little bit of fighting going on at Rift Herald. Here we go. This team setting up here for some action. And it looks like nobody's going down here. Krev is taken very low, sneaking away from Jack, using that boom bulb, or using the exploding plant there. Apathy taken very low and dropped there by the ult from Chimanzi on the Nunu. That ultimate can be very potent if you left it charge. But right now on bot lane, we see Boozebro again is being caught out and just abused by that bot lane duo of Train and Cry. And Train and Cry right now are at just a ridiculous level of damn. I mean, they're putting out just a ton of work on bot lane, and Train is really benefiting.
Unstoppable.
It's just this is getting out of hand right now.
Everything is going right for Nostalgia. They did get the Ornn death in that fight, but ultimately things are coming together. That's one of the problems with the Yuumi, is that if once you leave lane to kind of go help out whoever is ahead, you kind of get left on an island. And so this Kai'Sa right now is really having some trouble dealing with Rakan, who is such an engage heavy champion. He can really like do so much to get in. Nostalgia have invested so much vision on this top side. It looks like they might make a play for the Rift Herald soon, but also they've done such a good job pushing on the bot wave. So ultimately, we'll have to see how this goes. But it's pretty even. That ultimately Nostalgia is really starting to run away with the gold lead, even though they haven't made any like insane individual picks. You know, no one thing has gone disastrously wrong. It's just been a good series of kind of constant ganks and pressure.
There hasn't been any major team fights, major significant engagements yet. We finally might see our first one, as it looks like Rift Herald now being taken by Nostalgia, and they're pushing Rift Herald down real quick. And I'm curious to see what the response is going to be here from Spicy. How are they going to respond? Are they going to try to push a turret out, or where are they going here? They're not looking like they're doing anything. They're just chilling. And it looks like Krev on the Ahri is in. Well, Krev's in danger right now. Krev needs to go. And Krev is going to go, as Apathy on the Ornn, looking for targets in the jungle here. This is, I mean, Spicy Boys right now, they're playing it right. They're playing it slow. They're not giving away freebies here. So they finally slowed it down a little bit. But as I say that, Set is getting terribly out of position here. But it's hard to say where this is going to go here. Oh, big ultimate.
They're looking for another scuffle. Oh, here we go.
Set unfortunately gets really out of. Oh, but here we go. The reinforcements are on the way. And a huge Yuumi ult comes in there from Legolas, and Chimanzi finds Cry, taking up the support there. And Vix puts a big amount of damage in, taking down or takes down the Ahri. But the fight does come out in Spicy Boys' favor, to their credit.
Yeah, really well done. It did look like Set was kind of out of position there, but this the Nunu comes in. Chimanzi really does a good job, hits the knock up, the Yuumi hits the ult, and that is how Spicy Boys are going to get back into this game. That they have such valuable ults.
Chimanzi,
such strong team fighting. Ooh, Vix gets the flash in.
But Chimanzi gets the consume in, and Vix is taken very low, not quite dropped. Now dropped there by Chimanzi, and Try right now is in an extremely bad position here on this Nico. Trippy is stunned out by the Nico, but Trippy trying to get close and cannot finish the job. So we see an even trade there, which again, even trades when you're ahead, it's going to favor the team ahead.
Yeah, and so that's not a bad play. But also, it feels like you don't need it. You know, at that point, the fight was over. Just kind of let it be. And right there, I do think we saw a window into how Spicy Boys wins this game, because they have really good team fighting ults, and that if they can play collectively 5-5, this is more even than it looks like. Right now there is a 4K gold deficit, and this Nico is really so strong. But if you're Evelyn, if you're in a real team fight, if you're grouped up effectively, who do you try and pick off? There aren't that many players, because the Yumi is untargetable. She's kind of riding on someone else's shoulders. But the Ahri and the Kai'Sa aren't super squishy. The Kai'Sa doesn't have much self-peel, but the Ahri does. And the Nunu and everyone else are certainly forces to be reckoned with. So this is looking to be a little more even than the gold deficit would suggest.
The gold deficit certainly, but right now we see the engagement, and it looks like a tough one here for Nostalgia, but a huge ultimate from Chimanzi really isolates out a few of Nostalgia. Chimanzi comes up big with a big ultimate, finds 2 now with Apathy down, and there goes the Nico as well, and really just a, despite losing the dragon there, that was a resounding team fight victory for Spicy Boys.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what we were saying in Team Select, that this Yumi does dividends when you start getting gold on her, because she can just do so much DC. She has so much ability to kind of set her team up for success. And so the Yumi ult into the Nunu ult, really, really, really impressive. So many ults were used in that fight, and honestly, like, the gold, it's even now. So with the objective bounties and other team fight kind of collapses for Nostalgia, this is just as much Spicy Boys game as it is Nostalgia, and we're gonna have to see who can team up, who can play safer, and who can make the most of it. As right now, Trippy Cow might just absolutely crush this. Oh, you don't want to do that. I think that's all it took.
Train just noticed the mistake they made, and I'm sorry, Train, you are in big trouble right now. Trippy is pushing out onto you on this ballista, and that's just a bad spot if you're in Train shoes. Unfortunately, trying to get a push up, but here comes Cry with the save, and Cry getting the heal on a Train, and here comes
this
counter
heal.
Game. Oh wow, what peel here? But here, speaking of peel, here comes Chimanzi now with the snowball, finds Apathy with stun. Chimanzi gets the slow and the freeze on Apathy as well, but all of that for nothing. And here comes Vix now on the Evelyn.
So much action for nothing to be happening. This is absolutely
but
crazy.
Vix got spotted out there by the reveal there from Chimanzi. Here comes
get out, Cry hits the engage.
With the big stun from Set, not finding it. Trippy does go down. What Trippy thought was for sure an easy kill on Apathy turns into just a visit to the graveyard for Trippy, and that is Nostalgia getting a little bit of their advantage back after that tough team fight loss.
Yeah, Train better be absolutely writing his thank you notes right now. That was so impressive. He was good as dead. And then everyone in the whole neighborhood came and peeled for him. Really, really well done. And so you have to tip your hat to Nostalgia being able to play that so well, and such good team play back and forth is sort of what you'd expect from the personalities who are so well formed and are so familiar with one another at this point in Tranquility.
They are playing really well. The thing with these teams is a lot of these people have been playing together for so long, not just necessarily in League of Legends, but in everything. And chemistry just kind of carries over between everything right there, as we see. Well, I love that animation. That's really cool from the Rakan there. But I mean, both teams right now are well positioned. This could really, like, what seemed like Nostalgia just absolutely starting to run away with it. I mean, a great team fight decision making from Spicy Boys has brought them back into this, and we're starting to see now the tide shift a little bit to where really it seems like team fights might just start favoring Spicy Boys.
Yeah, and that's one of the things at the beginning of the new season. A lot of people were really unhappy with the way objective bounties were introduced into the game. And honestly, I think this is a really interesting case in favor of objective bounties. That if you're ahead as a team and you throw it and play sloppy and don't take don't group well, don't take team fights well, you shouldn't necessarily be rewarded. You might be ahead, but that doesn't mean you just get to be ahead the whole game. And Spicy Boys are doing a really good job of coming back, of playing this correctly. As
both teams have targets for a gank here.
Are chasing.
And Chimanzi tries to find Ornn, but cannot. Ornn uses the ultimate. Probably not the best ultimate in the world, but that opens up Baron now for Nostalgia. and they are going to push on this. This is a very early Baron, a 24-minute Baron with everybody below, like 13 or below. So this is an early Baron for Nostalgia, and that's a big, big objective here for them to pick up. That's going to put them in a really good spot. Gives them a nice gold gain as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to help them, if they use it correctly, really open up some new spots around the map. They are above in Dragons as well, and so hopefully they're able to leverage this into some more pressure, that they can use this to kind of do a better job at picking up the waves, at playing smarter. So there's only one way to see if they'll actually do it, but if they use this correctly, they really should be pushing the lanes right now. You're already up one dragon. You can give this one. It's Cloud. It's not very important. And it does look like they're thinking about contesting. But right now, if I'm trained on the Callista, you just want to push wave as much as you can. You have Baron. That's what it's for.
Yep, they're pushing lane hard. Callista gets a big wave pushing towards that inhibitor turret here. Krev going back to clean that up, however. But Ornn is pushing out top turret here and will finish that off. That is a nice pickup there of the objective right now, putting them ahead on turrets, which is, again, everything counts right now in this very close game. And we see now a 3K deficit for Nostalgia over Spicy Boys, but Ornn is being caught out potentially here, but it looks like he's drawn a lot of attention, and here comes the mid push now from Train and Cry.
Yeah, they're right now, Nostalgia, just for a brief second, they were doing a really good job at running the 1-3-1. And that's once you take Baron, you have one person pushing top, 3 people pushing mid wave, and 1 person pushing bot. Because in general, it works when you're ahead, and usually you can only take Baron if you are ahead in some points. And so you leave your duelists out on the side lanes and hope that they can match any 1v1s. And if the other team, Spicy Boys in this example, leaves people out, then you can just push it in. And so they were able to do it for a little bit as the fight starts right here in bot wave.
Here we go, big fight. Krev taken very low. Big ultimate from Try does find and finish off Krev. Chimanzi left all alone now with nothing but a very low health turret in the way. Train is pushing here out of Chimanzi, taken very low, stunned by the Rakan there, but not taken down yet. He does get the eat, but as, oh my god, Vix just doing the work on Ev to finish the job.
Well
and that's
done. Right here, look at Apathy pushing in the mid wave, and so they have so much pressure all over this map now. They might even get 2 inhibitors. They could not have made more of a difference with this Baron. That this is a really, really well done, well-timed Baron, and they might even take a Nexus Tower here.
They might, but I think if they're gonna peel it back here, and I don't blame them. They really got the job done that they needed to get done. They got 2 inhibitors. I mean, now if you're Spicy Boys, you are on the complete defensive now for more than likely the remainder of the game.
Yeah, at this point, they're going to have the supers start pushing into mid and bot, and that is going to make it so much harder to take any dragons that show up. They are going to do it. I mean, it's possible. We've seen Nostalgia throw leads in this very game, and so even though they are at a 7K gold advantage right now, it's really going to benefit them to stay pushing this, stay aggressive. You're ahead, you have the item advantage. Make Spicy Boys react to you. Don't give them time to make a play themselves.
Now it's Chimanzi on the jungle again. We talk about being so important, setting up vision for your team and also disabling the vision for your enemy team. Chimanzi doing the job there on the Nunu. It's a really important thing that a lot of junglers really don't do. But we're seeing Chimanzi do a fantastic job of that here so far. They're trying to get their own neutral minions, but Vix comes in now on the Evelyn says, no, this is my red buff.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. It's a really well done. You have to make this game unpleasant if you're that far ahead. Right now, great engage from Apathy and from Try.
But the great great Yumi out there from Legolas opens the door here for Spicy Boys to get back into it. But Vix now is just doing so much work. But Legolas does manage to finish the job there. Chimanzi now is the last hope as it's 2v3 with Chimanzi and Legolas versus really just a glut of damage right now with Train on that Callista. Train sitting at just an insane amount of damage, really just by fantastic farm and great kills so far. If you look at, I mean, Train's averaging about 9 CS a minute, and that's a crazy number.
Yeah, Train is well known as kind of a perma farmer, and we've already seen in this game how much his team does to protect him and to peel for him. Right there, you saw Ornn upgrade one of Callista's items, and so now she's even stronger, does even more damage, and so really well
These
done.
Nexus turrets. Look at these Nexus turrets. They're all so low.
know.
They have to stop and try to take care of these minions quick. But it's to the point right now where Nostalgia has just so much control over everything that the dragon's going to come up here, fairly quick. It doesn't matter. Like there's just they can't really stop. They can't stop Nostalgia.
Yeah, and so dragon spawn timers are every 5 minutes, but I believe that Elder might. I don't know off the top of my head the Elder spawn times. I'm not sure if you have to get Soul in order for Elder to spawn. But right now, if you're Nostalgia, you don't want this game to last another 10 minutes. You don't have time for 2 more Drakes because by that time everyone has enough gold. Everyone
no.
sort of gets full build. Ooh, Vix.
Vix got
Oh,
so
that's a-
greedy. That's actually massive
That's a
here.
really big mistake because Nunu is known
And they
as
lost
a giant
fight.
dragon
They lost
taker.
fight, but they do manage to
They
still
do come away with it. Great ult by Apathy to try to kind of keep that Nunu off their tails, but they still pay for it.
Yeah, and Apathy's gonna fall here, and that's gonna be 3 kills for a dragon. And honestly, with the gold deficit right now that you have for Spicy Boys, I don't think you mind that too much because it's still it's the 3rd dragon. It's not the most consequential, but back at the base, we can't ignore the problem that is those super minions.
Absolutely. That's a really nice play for Spicy Boys. They are really, really making their way back into this. As you can see, Nunu using his snowball to try and get around Baron, maybe get some vision, take the Scuttle Crab, and the Ahri and the Yuumi are on his tail, helping him out as all of Nostalgia is sprinting towards the Baron, saying, "All right, let's take this. They have almost no Nexus turrets. Let's just take this and win." And
This is really the fight of the match right now because you have
Yeah.
to figure there's going to be a fight for Baron here. We see Cry on the Rakan is heading back as it looks like, oh, this actually is maybe a critical mistake. They're devoting a ton of resources in the bot lane. I expect to see the pings here from Nostalgia to head to Baron. I'm seeing that there's 3 bot lane. I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I don't know why they aren't just sprinting immediately. They have most of their important ults for both teams. Right now, Trippy Cow on the set does have his Unleashed TP, and Apathy doesn't, but they're already there. And so it looks like they're just running down mid lane, but I truthfully don't know why. It looks like they're trying to push in some of the wave, but the wave state's already good. There's no need to really farm the enemy jungle that much. If they took Baron right now, this game's completely over. I'm not really sure what the plan
Vix
is here.
almost got caught there.
Now Vix is playing with fire.
Vix is, we saw Vix get greedy in the last one. He almost just got greedy again. Here we go again with another team fight. Team fights so far have been working out really well for Spicy Boys. So Spicy Boys does not mind if they get a 5v5 here, especially with that ultimate from the Yuumi. It can really open things up for them. It's right now, if you're Spicy Boys, if you're Nostalgia, I don't like this. I don't like this staging.
Yeah, I agree. I really don't know what the plan is here. They're playing on a knife's edge, and losing a team fight here wouldn't be the end of the world. It
Especially
does
if
look
they
like
get
they're going to
these-
take 2 inhibs. Or they took at least 1 inhib. Ornn ult is
Oh,
popped.
Ornn ult is big.
Oh, and it's big. The Yuumi ult is crazy. They're getting so much damage out onto this team. Everyone's dying.
Everyone is so low. Vix taken extremely low as well. Trippy Cow is dropped. Vix is 1 health right now, taken down by Chim, but Chim is also extremely low. And here goes Chimanzi being dropped down. It's just Booze Bro and Yuumi left, and the the Nexus turrets are falling as we speak here. Train with that huge farm advantage is just pushing down the Nexus, and here we go. The Nexus is about to fall, and there's just too much nostalgia there. And that is the end of this match with Nostalgia wrapping the day on a 3-1 record.
Yeah, they took a high risk and got the high reward. They probably could have gone Baron and ended quicker, but still really well done by Nostalgia and ultimately well played by both teams.
Very, very good match. Very fun match to watch, and honestly was pretty balanced throughout the entire night. So that was a very enjoyable final match to wrap up our night of League of Legends, our first one here in Tranquility Gaming, and it really was a fantastic time.
Absolutely. I'm so grateful that you guys had me on. Let me do this casting, and there was some really high quality League of Legends played. There was some pretty low quality League of Legends played as well. But in general, it was really well done. I thought it was really fun. Shout out to the producers.
All right, it was awesome job. A special shout out to Laggy with a 4-hour shift tonight, putting in the big work for us here tonight. Thank you to Laggy, son. Thank you as well to Worst, putting in a couple hours on casting, and of course to G Infinity here as well for putting in a big cast for us for his first cast, and not with Tranquility Gaming, put in that 4-hour cast time tonight. So we do thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to get those Trank Bucks, get those giveaways in, follow us on our socials. And for everybody here in Tranquility Gaming, we will see you again next week for Halo Infinite.